notepad and on, and I usually write games for fun. But today we got a rise and grind! Today is press copy day. What do I mean by press copies? A few months ago, I signed myself up for a game journalist. I gotta get this more accurate just to make sure everyone knows. Game journalist list. That game journalist list was primarily for people doing tabletop role-playing games. A lot of little people covering things, talking about games was on there, and a few other people. That has somehow paid off. And every now and again, I get things in my email, my very professional email, and people will send me games, being like, hey, I want you to go over this game for me, please. Please. I'm begging you. I don't even know what the fuck you are. Yeah, I also occasionally get, give me 1 second, I will actually bring it up. I occasionally get shit like this. Baby robot meat. What? Yeah, every now and again I get shit like this. I don't know why I get shit like this. But, yeah, mostly it's things like this, however. Hi, my name is Freddie, and I'm a designer of a community-focused TTRPG, Briar and Bramble. Please look at it. Alright, or, hey, this is the rough draft. I want you to look at it. And I'm always like, hey, go for it. Tell me more about it. Tell me more. Or you get things like, here's just a straight-up, like, review copy. Cool. Have fun. This is it. I sometimes just get things, and occasionally, even on the thread, I will find a game being like, I'm in the early beta access thing. I want to go over this game. So, combining all of this together, we end up in our current situation. Going over a bunch of games that may or may not be good. Like every time. But yes, hopefully you're all ready. All one of you. As today we're going to go down a little bit, I wouldn't say less formal, but a little bit different than usual. So let's get to it. The 4 games, 4 whole games we're going to be going over today. There's a few of them. All of them are very different in more than one way. This is Action 12 Cinema. We have the Primrose playtest. Yes, Primrose. I've been talking about Primrose for a while now. We've got, let me bring up Briar and Bramble. Briar and Bramble. Come on, I believe. Right there. Very pretty looking game, very storybook-esque. And we also have fucking Kino, which is The Calling by Ohad Reiter, which I didn't believe was a real name at first, but it is. As you can kind of see here, very different games, but I'll give you a hint. It's something we've somewhat seen before. Give me 1 second. I need to make fun of Chippy real fast. There we go. But yeah, all of these games have something a little bit different. Yeah, the fact that you get review copies is an amazing fact. Hey, that appeared on the Amateur Thread. Yes, I've been following Primrose for a while, actually. The main guy is in the Orange server, for those who know what the Orange server is. And I remember when this was originally supposed to be a Redwall game. Like, he actually contacted everybody to make it a Redwall game. That never panned out, so he's kind of just releasing it on his own, which I'm okay with. I think it's interesting. But we need to decide what game to go over first. You know what? I think we're going to go over the fun one first. Let's just go over Primrose. How about it? Now, I'm lucky. I'm a very lucky boy. Orange server is good version of blue server. Orange server is own. Orange server has its own issues. Let's just say that. But this is Primrose. Very pretty little game. I'm very lucky because this is what was posted in the thread, but I got character creation. It probably got posted in the thread, but I like to believe that since I'm so special, I got character creation before anybody else because I'm the most special person. Because that's how that works. So, what is Primrose? What is Primrose at its core? Primrose is a game that is Redwall. It's Redwall. Legally distinct Redwall. Let's just say that. It was written and designed by a guy named James Handley. Now, can I find anything on James Handley? Let's do a little bit of investigation. Fun fact. Not really. The only thing I was able to find is if you go under his name, Mr. Foxter is a guy named James R. Handley who died in Joppa I believe that would be AL. That would be not Arkansas. Would it be Arkansas? Where's Joppa AL? Alabama. It's Alabama. I'm going fucking insane. Yeah, I have I haven't really been able to find anything on the guy. And there's no website for Primrose. There's let me even like Primrose RPG. Like right here. Like I guess there's this under the Primrose name, which is the only one available. And you may be wondering, wow, why is the average rating so low? I don't know. People are like, oh, it's a 3-star thing. I have no idea why people would rate it so low. Like, I find that really weird because it's good. Like, it's fine. We'll get to some reasons why, like why things aren't exactly the. But let's see. We have the official Twitter. If here's Primrose, let's follow Primrose back. Everybody follow Primrose. Few copies have been handed out. I didn't get the official review copy. I got the budget review copy because I'm me. Yeah, he doesn't do too much to get himself out there a little bit, which I think is something that he's going to have to work on pretty hardcore. If you're listening, Mr. Foxter, you know what to do. But yes, we have got all of these, like, oh, okay, we got nice and simple, nice and easy to understand. Maybe because of Shilly. I think that has a part of it. I think it might also just because it's very awkward and very weird. And if the story is even remotely accurate, he probably wasn't even banking on doing any of it. He was probably banking on it just being a Redwall game. Because according to the stories, this was originally going to be a Redwall game proposed to the Brian Jocks estate. Now, if you're European, you may not actually know what Redwall is. There's a chance of that. Redwall is a series of books written a while ago. When did the first one? 1990. From 86. From 1986. And there's been cartoons, there's been stories, lots of books. The big thing about it is that it takes place around the titular Redwall Abbey. Go up here. And it's an abbey located in a nice little forest, and it's about heroes and adventurers and people who do things in this, in and around this abbey and the forest around it. Probably the one that everybody knows the best is Redwall, the original titular book which has a little mouse take up arms against a very evil rat that wants to take over his home. Cool. Awesome. Neat. I actually read the first book. I read this. This is the version I read right here. I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. It's the story behind Redwall is actually very fascinating. He wrote it for his kid, who was, I don't think his kid was blind, but his kid was had a lot of sight problems. So if you actually read the book, he goes into graphic detail about food and stuff, and graphic detail. because he needed to, because he was telling the story to his kid most of the time. But yeah, it's many different interpretations, lots of different shows, but there's actually been a lot of other little, how do I want to word this, side things. Like, these are the main books, but then there's, like, different adaptations, and then there's different, you know, graphic novels for things. But as you can kind of see, there's quite a few of these. And this is the chronological order. Because, of course, there's chronological order differences, because fuck you. But yeah, he passed away on 2011. He passed away maybe 11 years ago. Almost 12 years ago now. Damn. Yes. Originally, it was supposed to be that. However, obviously some things probably didn't pan out, so it didn't become that. And thus, we have here, right now. We're going to go through Primrose the best I can, because this is the playtest. You have to remember that. This isn't like the super final, like, this is it thing. There's probably going to be some slight revisions, especially when we go over character creation. I'm going to make a few tactical decisions about, like, hey, maybe character creation's a little bit wonky. But very basic idea. There's like, what's a role-playing game, what's GMs, what's player characters. Primrose itself, or the Primrose territories, are pretty standard for what you would think about this kind of setting. It's a big bunch of things. There's the Caldeon Forest, the Lindwind Shores, and the Masma Marshes. Generally speaking, the forest and the shores, and there's also the Highlands, the Feor Highlands. There, people live together, people are happy, but the big odd thing about Primrose is that technology isn't, like, super hyper advanced. Like, if we think about, like, Redwall being, like, very pretty medieval in its own way. You know, we've got castles, we've got swords, we are, like, very, like, industrialized. Not necessarily industrialized, but we have, like, a very good beat to things. Primrose would be, like, pre-medieval. Like, that would be, like, things are, like, people are almost outright not living in, like, homes at all. They're living in this kind of, like, little isolated shacks in the woods. Irish tea with lemon and honey. That does sound very comfy. And I do like the fact that it's, like, very, you know, life is simple in Primrose. The technology resources available to local inhabitants reflect that. Haven't come quite, like, there's no agriculture. You don't, why would you need agriculture when an entire fucking, like, where you can find shit that will feed you for, like, a month? You don't need to. You know, it's very, you know, it's a lot of edible goods are around, so we don't need to develop agriculture, so people aren't really rooted down to certain places. You know, it's dens and hollows, and there are people who build houses and things, but the big thing is, oh, well, you need a mole to help you. If you don't have a mole to actually help you build your home, it might take you multiple generations to do this, because your rats, your mice, your animals, that means you don't live very long. What is this stream about? This stream is about a bunch of press copies and games that I've been sent or have found that are, like, cool, and I wanted to go over them all because I was behind on them. This is Primrose, which is Redwall. Vaguely. Kind of the idea of, like, there are little tiny communities. It's interesting just because of how small things are. You're not going to get a city of, like, thousands. You're going to get a, like, oh, it's a massive town of 100 people. And it's like, okay. Like, oh, you're not really finding very large communities here. It's very, what would be the correct, disparate, I guess? I do enjoy that fact. Like, there's no maps even. Very, the tech level is very interesting in... People keep adding me. the tech level of Primrose is a lot lower than you would normally think, and it's not even like as low as, it's even lower than what we would like consider to be like Hyperborean mice, for example. No, it's like Iron Aged here. And that also reflects things like the calendar, because you're animals. Rats don't, like, mice don't live very long, guys. I hate to break it to you all. Mice do not live very long. Because we can't really track things by years, because there are, again, 4 seasons in a year. You know, we got summer, spring, autumn, and summer, spring, autumn, and winter. Those are your 4 seasons, and each of those seasons are broken up into 3 stages: early, middle, and late. When you live, by the time you hit old age is 10 seasons, that's like 2.5 years. You're fucking ancient at 2.5 years, which is weird to think about, but yeah, it makes sense because you're a fucking mouse. You're a little fucking weasel. You're a mole. Not gonna live very long because you're an animal, and I like that. And he goes over all the various kind of the time of things. There is tech, obviously. People wear clothes, but it's very calming. There are a few inhabitants that all do their own different things. Like the mouse, for example. They're little tiny mice. Look at them. They're adorable. You wanna pick them up. You wanna hold them close. You wanna throw them against a wall. Mice are incredibly brave. That's the thing, is that they almost have universally 8th grade syndrome. They all want to live up to like these books and these stories because they live the shortest. They're very, they're scholars and things like that because they need to be. We need to write down everything, because if we don't write things down, we'll be dead in 3 years. I'm like, damn. Yeah, I guess that would be kind of fucked up. Like, how does that change a community? You didn't answer me about your paid Catboy DM rates. No. No, please. At least I don't do paid DMing. You couldn't pay me to do that. Oh, no. You couldn't pay me to be a paid DM. Yeah, it's one of those days. Yeah, this is also what the artwork looks like throughout the book. I adore the artwork. I think the artwork is beautiful. Very nice, very thematic. Lovely little mice. We also have squirrels. You like squirrels, right? Squirrels are little, like, antisocial bastards. They just like being super independent, and, as you can tell, this squirrel just doesn't have barely any clothes on, because he's just going wild. That's how squirrels, they... What was the, Yeah, because squirrels live from moment to moment, they are uninterested in history or scholarly work. For them, the concept of a future isn't necessary on how they feel right now. I like the idea, like, the squirrels just don't give a shit about the future. That's not me right now, therefore, I don't care. I'll let future me handle that. I'm like, oh. Probably, like, the most, what we would, like, refer to as, like, advanced species are the hares. And by advanced, it's more like the fact that, like, yes, they use wine. They have the most extravagant clothes. But they're also stuck in, like, horrifically Scottish clan wars. It's clan honor and shit like that. I'm like, I like that. It's fun. It gives them a unique little approach. Not an uncommon one, but a unique one. You are going to play with us right now. No. No, I'm not going to play Catboys. I refuse. At least, if I were to play, it would ruin things. We also have rats. Rats are weird because they're not native here. They came on a ship. And... but for other inhabitants, superstition can be a lucrative practice for musicians and poets. They travel from coast to coast, offering poetry, scraps, and music sheets for good services. Cool. rats are, like, originally I was like, okay, rats are going to be like the big, brutish, scary ones and stuff like that. They aren't. One of the big things is that they're, rugged mannerisms, aloof demeanors. They're these terrible people to be around, and you don't want to be around them. They are very boorish and very, kind of like in your face about things. However, they do believe in shantyism. The superstition that when done just right, music, poetry, shanties, and songs can hold magical properties. They literally sing, they are shanty singing rats that think it's magic. I'm in. I'm fucking in. I like the idea. They have like a very unique personality, and you can obviously do different things. Moles get adopted by other people and are one of the longer lived ones. Very nice looking, very pretty. Weasels are fucking terrifying. Everybody, if you want to play Conan, you play a weasel, pretty much, because weasels will fuck you up. They have no qualms when it comes to the taboo of consuming flesh, with some guilt stricken by the act of running away to their family to reconcile with other inhabitants. Oh no! Yeah. Turns out eating people's a little fucked up. That they don't give a shit. We also have badgers. Badgers are all nomads. They kind of just wander around, but as you can kind of see, there is a scale difference. That's actually a fairly major aspect of how some of the aspects of the game work. Badgers are fucking huge, while mice are really small. And because and this is actually reflected in how the game actually plays. As a badger, you're somewhat expected to like have a mouse on your back because you're that big. You're a big, scary motherfucker who shows up, everyone's like, oh damn, and then walks away. What is this game though? What are the fundamentals of the game? Well, it is a D10 game. And it's a D10 game where, it's talking about roll and keep. It's effectively like a roll and keeps. That's the best way to kind of think about it, but also not. Then no more than 10 dice exceeds the limit supply of an automatic success. Cool. Once you've acquired everything, use your learning Primrose. One of the things about here is you've got all your skills. I'm going to bring in our example character. All right, everybody. Time to bring our favorite person. Say hello to Mjolk. Yes, this is Mjolk. I don't really know how he became a Skaven. What one do I have to play to be the Grey Mouser? If you want to play the Grey Mouser, technically any like, species, I guess you could say, any species can become kind of anything. Some are like obviously more fit for others, but generally speaking, you can kind of like mold into be anything you want. If you want to make Fafnir and Grey Mouser, Fafnir would have to be a badger, Grey Mouser could be a mouse pretty easily. But yeah, this is what a level 1 character looks like. Actually, I should yeah, okay, I did fix it. And you may be like, wow, that's a lot of information really fast. It's really not that complicated. We've got our skill brackets, very simple set of skills. And we have our very basic attributes. Oh, when a mouse and a badger attempt to pick up a larger boulder, the same level of strength make the difficulty. Oh no. Very sad. Very basic abilities. I guess like the only one that's a little bit odd is the idea of personality, which is they don't really have anything else other than that. That might just be something that wasn't put in there. But yeah, that's like the only one that's a little bit out of place, simply because it's not really tested for many things. We have all our basic sub attributes, which we'll be going over obviously. But yes, anytime you need to make a roll, you're gonna be taking these D10s. Let me get my D10. Got all my D10s out. I don't have all my D10s out. Let me just bash my mic real fast. So, anything that rolls under its applicable attribute is considered a success. So, let's say, for example, I need to make, dun 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 dun, I need to make an axe check. Oh no, I need to beat someone to death with my axe. I'm going to be rolling 4, and I need to get it under whatever my attribute is. So let's say, for example, it's agility. Actually, no, that would be strength, I believe. Roll, and I've got a 10, which is a fail, a 1, a 9, and a 1. Cool, I've got 3 successes, effectively. Go me, go team, we did it. Usually it's fairly standard of what you're going to be rolling versus one another. You know, hey, swimming plus strength. Cool, just roll 4 dice under 9. Easy enough. You're going to be rolling 3 dice under intelligence. 4 dice under, I believe it would be sense. Because the skills can kind of be used for anything, like different ones, like technically you could roll a strategy intelligence check, for example, or a strategy personality check. You can do that. Some of them are a little bit easier said than others, though. Is lower than difficulty test, they fail. Generally speaking, difficulty is going to be like running through like this. You might need 1 or 2 successes. You might need 3 or 4 successes. It's like, damn, you're going to need a lot of successes to do these things, but you can get a lot of dice, actually. That's one thing about this. Like, you can get a decent amount of dice. And it's just adding everything together, because one of the thing is, if it lands precisely on the character attribute level, you get a new dice, and you roll again. Oh, that's kind of one of the... arguably one of the big things about it. Roll, I've got a 9, I re-roll. I got a this, I re-roll. That's really how you're going to be getting a lot of your dice, is going to be through the exploding dice system. I do like it in that regard. You know, individual tests, kind of like the very basic one, you know, difficulty 2. Sense plant lore, oh, 5, 7, 5d10, gets another 9, rolls under, cool. That's it. Contested checks, exactly what you think about before. It's a very simple system. Nothing too out of the ordinary, if that makes sense. And really the only thing that gets a little bit wonky is when you give, like, when you get into, like, the conjunction test where it's like, oh, 2 skills are useful. You need to do harvesting and plant lore. You just take the lowest, and then you add one which is appropriate. That's all it is. Very simple system. And I liked it. I like this system. It actually works pretty well, but there's enough meat to it that you can do a lot of things with it. You know, how to work together, like how we work together, how we do untrained rolls, which is going to be -2, which is the idea of like an untrained roll would be, hey, I'm not actually very good at using my claws. Like, I would like to believe I am a little bit savage when it comes to my claws. So what I can do is instead doing untrained check with strength. But every failure I have is going to be real bad. You know, you're going to take a penalty to it. If you fail, you fail. You fuck up bad. Critical failure. Things go very wrong. The size, though, is you get a lot of smaller differences and a lot of bonuses to it. Generally speaking, the larger you are, the easier it is to bash someone's skull in. Because, hey, as a little mouse, you can dodge out of the way of the badger real easy. However, if the badger hits you, you're going to die. You're not going to live anymore. Which I think is very appropriate. I think it's very, it's thematic. Technically, our rat here, Mjolk, because he took a very special bonus, otherwise known as oddly sized huge, he's 3. He's about the size of a mole. If a badger shows up and beats the shit out of him, the badger's gonna win. Like, the badger's still going to win because he's a tiny little rat. Yeah, all the various critical fail charts. I think most of these work pretty well. There's going to be some which are like, you're going to have to be like, okay, maybe not. But nothing too bad, really. You also get some odd things like this, like, oh, the bigger they are, the harder it is for them to, like, make something. Or it's like, oh, you want to create an outfit for his badger friend. You only in a size 1, minus size 4, -4. You have a -4 size difference. Attempts to make an outfit for Arwen. You get a +4 size difference. Yeah, this is also where a little bit of that roll and keep system, this is mostly from John Wick, he was talking about this the other day, which is the idea of dropping dice. I need to make this check and I need to make it bigger. I need to make this a bigger, more dramatic roll. And when I'm rolling, let's say, 6d6, no, 6d10, I can drop 2 of those dice, and I get a bigger effect. It goes from 2 times to 3 times to 4 times, depending on how many dice I roll, and if I still succeed, this is a big thing, if I still succeed, well, I get to do this bigger effect. I think this is a good idea. I don't think, like, I think it's worded a little bit weird, which is like, oh, you can drop dice. Dropping always sounds like it's a bad thing. Like, oh, well, you just dropped the dice, like, you're fucked, sorry. While it's more along the lines of, like, these are effectively raises, which maybe be the best one. Now we're going to get into what, like, the thing I don't much care for, which is the idea of keywords. You know, up to 3 keywords, single words or short phrases, your underlying personality. You add +1d to a test relevant to a keyword if it's charged. However, you have to charge a keyword by incurring a negative penalty. Briar. What this means is, let's say for example, I have the keyword of boisterous on Mjolk. Mjolk has to, if he wants to get that bonus die, that bonus 1d10 on his roll, he's going to need to do something prior to remove a die, have a penalty to it, and that charges it. It's like, oh, well, I want to get a +1d10 on doing this, and then suddenly it's like, oh, well, sorry, you didn't charge this previously, so you can't. I am not a fan of this keyword. I think, like, my thing here would either be you can use the keyword once per, like, session or something like that, or it's a little bit more aggressive on both sides. Like, if you don't play up to it, you know, your luck goes down, or something goes down if you aren't really playing up to it, or you're not taking the penalty. Just as much as more of a, you know, positive feedback loop, rather than this kind of weird loop of like, oh, well, this check is really easy, I think, so I'm just going to, like, take a penalty, and I'm going to be esoteric now. Not because it's valuable, not because it's useful, not because it's even really relevant necessarily. It's because I desperately need esoteric for later. Again, this is, like, the one weird part of the game I'm not, like, a big fan of. And maybe there's some different things you could do. Maybe there's, like, maybe there's some different ideas. Maybe there's some concepts that you can do to really mitigate this. I really don't know, like, I'm curious to see, like, what the process here was. Of, like, why these keywords kind of made the way they are. Yeah, granted to an amount of luck equal to their inhabitants' luck score. This is the amount reset to be. Yeah. Most everyone's got about 2 luck. You can spend luck to do things. That's exactly how you think it is. It's luck for bonus dice. Nothing too exciting in that regard. So, you know, heroic deeds. Oh, inner strength. 1 guaranteed success. You can attempt, add half your luck. Inversion, reroll failed dice. Perseverance, reroll all your dice. Willpower. Single turn in combat, you suffer no negative dice from modifiers. Yeah. It's little things like this. You want to use luck because you're going to get luck pretty consistently. Progression is based on what you do. Are you a good leader? Are you good? You deal with discovery? Are you finding things? Are you defending other people? Are you expressing yourself? Are you excelling at roleplay? This does mean that there is a chance that, like, players who are aggressively forward are going to get more experience than players who aren't. most likely I'm going to say, like, there's probably going to be some rules somewhere throughout things which are like, hey, if you did a lot of good things here this session, like, you get something. I would maybe put in something here as like a little bit of a gimme. Like, hey, you completed an adventure, you get at least a little something. Because there are going to be quiet players. And that's just kind of how it goes. And some, mostly when it happens with things like this, what occurs, Jesus fuck. What occurs usually is you have one player who is very forward, and those really forward players are going to be the ones kind of, I wouldn't say necessarily like hogging the spotlight, but they're going to be the ones who, they're going to be the ones who are going to get a lion's share of this because they're doing the most. They're the most forward. That's usually the back and forth of what occurs with these ones. Now we get into the idea of advancement. It's like, oh, well, it's based on their skill bracket and their attribute rating. The idea behind the skill brackets and advancement rating system is simple. Let's say, for example, our basic things over here. These are my attributes. We go here, to advance the attribute, it's your AR plus the next level in experience. If I want to increase my strength to 10, it's going to take me 19 experience. Wow, that's a lot of experience. It'll take me 19 whole experience. However, if I want to say increase my agility to 5, it's going to take me 23 experience. Because it's 18 plus 5. This AR and SB system really is the core of how you're going to be advancing. And some of these ARs can get very high. This is based entirely on your character creation. This took a lot to get to 9. Everything defaults at 15. And it takes a little bit. You're going to go very high in either direction. Like, to increase my intelligence to 5 is 25 experience points. To increase my senses to 7 is only 21. This also applies to things like, your skill brackets. I'm skilled at warfare. So increasing my warfare attributes, pretty easy. I am not skilled at speech. Increasing my speech any remote amount of levels is going to be hard. And I think that works pretty well. I think this is a pretty solid system, pretty solid idea. The way it's done is very strange, though. The way it's done is very strange. You know, you got your basic attributes, AR-14, you got your basic perks. Now, I'm gonna kind of like rush this. You kind of got the basic idea of what luck scores are, you know, what training's all about. There's an entire system of teaching. But this is character creation. Yes, full-on character creation. This is the most bizarre system I think I've run into. Because in Primrose, the base playtest, you get a few sample characters, and here are some of the sample characters. I'm like, okay, this is pretty simple. You're probably just going to get a chunk of attributes to kind of fuck around with, and that's what's going to be it. You're going to get a chunk of these things to kind of fuck around with. No, this is character generation. You're going to start with a skill bracket at 5, all your attribute ratings at 15, and each attribute at 5. This does mean, by default, with absolutely no modification, it takes 20 experience to level up once. Okay, easy enough. We gotta choose our species. This is what I mean by, like, if you want to make, say, a mouse. Like, a mouse, a beautiful mouse. The interesting bit with this would be your strength is now 4, your endurance is now 4, your courage is 6, and your int is 6. But your ARs there are where things start getting wonky. You're going to be able to get your AR, your intelligence higher. It's going to be easier, it would be, how do I want to do this? It would it would be easier to increase your AR. It's easier to increase your courage, but your endurance is a lot harder to increase, as well as your strength. But oh wait, you also have -1 care, and you have -1 knowledge and +1 travel. So it's not -1 +1, whatever. No, it would be 4, 4, 6, because everything starts at 5. Like, okay, this is pretty simple. This is what I mean by like the life expectancy is very short for mice. To give you an idea, I'm in my Mjolk is in his midlife at 10 seasons. You would be an old man, pretty much. You're in your late midlife. You're in a midlife crisis if you're fucking a mouse and 10 and 10. These are all, very simple, base perks that you get. And if we go down here, hair, all these. The weasel, the badger, you get a lot of these things. But then you get your age. You can increase and decrease your age based off of your life expectancy. If your life you can reduce your life expectancy from midlife to lower some attributes, but you get better attributes in others, or you can increase it to decrease your attributes in others, but gain in other things. This is bizarre. I didn't increase or decrease my age. I didn't really feel like it. I didn't think it would be appropriate. And then what's your life story? Then all your keywords. What's, all your example. This is your life story. Yes, they have a full life path system in this. Let's say our little mouse is from the forest. Oh boy, we're from the forest. Oh, we gotta do our perception, it's now, instead of going to be 15, it's going to be 14. But our care is now going to be 3, but our war is going to be, higher. Then we have to choose, what are we doing? Oh, we were doing a laborious. Let's do a laborious edition, so our endurance SAR goes down, our strength AR goes down, our intelligence goes up slightly, then our senses would increase. Then we have our skill brackets. We gotta make a decision here. Let's say we're better at traveling, but we're not as good at knowing. We're evening ourselves out. But we spent our life at a community. Oh boy, community hours. So we take our perception, we reduce this down. For endurance, we reduce this down. Intelligence, we're making ourselves dumber. Courage, we're making ourselves dumber. But let's take a look here. Oh, okay, like speech. All right, so our speech would be 4 speech. That would be 6, or that would be survival. And then let's say community, and let's say we were a scribe. Cool, scribe. Courage, we're going to reduce our courage down. We're going to reduce our intelligence down again. We have to increase our perception up. Then we have to increase our senses up. But then we go down here. We reduce our knowledge, increase our survival. We're not very good at surviving in the wild. And then we had a knack for knowledge. So, -1 knowledge SB. So where's our knowledge SB? 3. And +1 D modifier, so all knowledge checks. Cool. That is how you make a character. But that's not right either, because every single perk and flaw, in which you get 3 bonus points effectively to kind of do whatever you feel like, also gives you various modifiers. And also gives you various ideas. Hence, like, when you get things like such as tiny or huge. If you are a tiny mouse, you have to deal with the fact that your AR down here, this should be AR by the way, not ATs, your AR should be negative, -2 plus 2, and you're going to get a lot of bonuses for that. You're going to have to take flaws. One thing about that's a very important thing. You're going to have to take flaws, and some of them are a lot less troublesome than others. We'll say that. If you're playing, a Ratnan the Barbarian, take thick accent. There's no fucking reason for you to not take a thick accent. You are a terrifying monster of a man. You show up, you go rawr, and then you beat people to death. Mjolk here, as you can kind of see, Mjolk took, so yeah, kind of give you the idea of this is what making a character actually looks like. Mjolk here took huge. He's exceptionally tough. He's a forager, and he's taken private lessons. He gets the idea of we'll just eat tomorrow. He's got basic sea legs and lay of the land because he is a rat. However, he's a wide boy. He's very scary looking, and he has a stench because he's a rat, and he's a procrastinator because he is a rat. He is a terrifyingly massive person who shows up and everyone is scared shitless. And it's like, okay, and there's a lot of these perks. You can kind of make the way that you want your character to be. And I do enjoy that. I think that's a really good feature of the game. And there's a lot of perks, a lot of different changes, a lot of little things that you could do to really make it your own. And I think that really does make the game work as well as it does. Then you get the skill packages, which depending on your skill bracket, you get a certain amount of experience points because you get 100 base experience points to do whatever you feel like, but each skill has a amount of experience points dictated by their SB, which is 100 experience minus the SB's level times 10. Are you getting this now? Are you getting it, Mr. Krabs? Character creation is actually pretty involved, and there are a lot of these little moments where it's like, okay, I need to double check something, especially if you really go hardcore on the various perks and start changing things, and you get your ARs and your SBs started getting shifted around. This took me a solid hour to do because I needed to double check a lot of things. But generally speaking, it's not too complicated once you kind of get into the rhythm of things. But even then, I was like I'm 90% sure I did everything correctly. And I know for a fact, yeah, actually, I posted this for Mr. Foxter to take a look at just to make sure more than anything. He was like, oh yeah, no, you did your perks wrong. It's like, I'm curious to see how many people are going to get this fucked up at first, because it's not complicated. There's just a lot that goes into it, and a lot of these little numbers to change around. And these little numbers are where this is very important. And there is a chance that you can I wouldn't say fuck your character over, but you can make it in a way that, like, Mjolk, for example. Mjolk has an AR of 20 in his intelligence. Anything that would reduce my intelligence, I would take. Because I thought it was funny. Like, Mjolk is a dumb motherfucker. He's a dumb rat. This is a dumb, stupid rat. That dumb, stupid rat's gonna fuck your day up because he's got a 9 strength. And he's got 34 fucking health. He's a tiny little rat, and he's like, I'm going to now fight a fucking, like, weasel 1v1 and win because I am that huge. But then you get the idea of like, oh, well, we want to encounter something bigger. Or if you're fighting a badger, that badger is going to have 5. Like, if I played a badger with this, with the same endurance of 8, he would have 35 plus... He would have 45 health. Just outright. Because he's just bigger. He's bigger than me. He gets a bunch of different bonuses based on that. My theory would be that people are that out of anything, out of all like the races and stuff, people are going to say you can play all these except no weasels, no badgers, no. You can only play mice. You can only play hares. You can only play rats. I think that would be like a big thing that's going to probably happen in this game, where mixed parties are going to get a little bit more wiggity wonk. Yeah, that's character generation. Character generation isn't complicated, it's bizarre. Because there's a lot of little like number crunching you have to do. Because think about it. If you're writing this down, picture that you have a pen and paper and you're writing this down. One value might change 3-4 times going through. You know, your agility might change 3 times. You know, it's like, oh, well, it starts at 15, then it goes to 16, then it goes to 17, then it goes to 18, but then we reduced it down to 16 again. It's like, that's a little bit wonky, and I don't know if I like that or not. And that's going to be the thing that's going to, like, I have a feeling some people are going to be like, nah, maybe not. I also have a feeling some people are going to be like, yeah, let's fucking do it. Let's keep going. Like, I really enjoy this. Is there any way to, like, fix it? Is there any way to be like, this is the thing that we have to do? No. I think this is just, you're going to have to accept what this is. I would say, Mr. Foxter, if you do follow this, I would say have a full thing throughout. Like little, like even after like each little section, like it would be like right here, for example, you put a big note here, and it's let's make a character. We're going to make a character, and his name is going to be, you know, Bob the Rat, you know, Bob the Mouse. Bob the Mouse is here. They do that a little bit, like right up here, like way up in the playtest version. They somewhat talk about it. Like you kind of see this. They kind of talk about it, but they don't put it in the character creation. So it's kind of hard to give like a good idea of like where this is going to slot in. And some people are going to be really cool with that. Other people are not going to be cool with it. It kind of depends on what the situation is. But that is how character creation works. Payoff flaws and things like that. The basic idea is travel is actually a fairly big idea. There's 2 ways to travel. You can either navigate or pathfind. Pathfind is a lot more about the raw, I can do this, hell yeah. Like I know the way to go. While navigation is based more on the idea of landmarks. You know, so you kind of see here, if you go based off like the idea of landmarks, like we need to go from Longshore to Willowbank. You're gonna draw a line from point A to point B. You can have a map, you can have not, depends on how you want to play the game really. You draw a map and you're like, oh, it's gonna take 3 days. Or you can navigate. It's going to take 2 days to get to Westfields. Then it's going to take a day to get to Bleak Rock, and then a day to get to Willowbank. That's the difference between navigation and Pathfinder. Navigation is usually easier, but it's a lot longer. Pathfinding is a lot shorter, but it's a lot more dangerous. That's kind of the scary thing. You know, right here, longest line is 3 inches, requires difficulty 3 and 3 days of travel. 2 inches, yeah. Generally speaking, like, the longer the trail is, the longer it is. I wish this system might get expanded out a little bit. I don't know, though. There's a chance that it will get expanded out quite a bit. Who pinged me? Why are people pinging me? Go away. Just trekking it out and do that. Errands, scenic routes, exploration. Because you can actually do things to get, like, hey, you want to take the scenic route. You want to take, you want to scour the land. You're making it more difficult for yourself. You're various different things will increase or decrease the difficulty of making these travel. I actually do enjoy the system. I think this works pretty well. Especially when you get the idea of like, oh, hey, it's autumn. It sucks in autumn. Like, why would we be traveling? It's awful, and it's now chilly, and so we have a pretty nasty penalty. So God help you all. You have the right, the right gear equipped. Rationing, of course, is a big thing. Now, interestingly enough, because Mjolk is size 3, he actually needs to eat 2 rations to be okay. Because he's just big. He's bulking. You don't understand. I'm eating all of the rations because I need to bulk. Half speed, regular speed. You can make an argument that this game does do travel. Travel is more important than anything else, really. Because you get things like, oh, you want to do some harvesting of things. Oh, you want to do encumbrances. It's, oh, I want to find medical herb. I want to find wood. I want to find spider silk. And you have to succeed at a difficulty of doing it. Hey, I want to find wood. Difficulty 2. Let's see, I have harvesting of 4. I have a harvesting of 4 with a modifier of 2, and I've got a strength of 9. I take my dice. I take my 5 dice. Actually, I need 6 dice. Take my 6 dice. I roll. That's 1 fail. That's a reroll. That's 3 successes, 4, 5 successes, 6, 7. That's 7 successes. I get a bunch of shit. Why? Because Mjolk is a 7-foot tall mega rat. Well, 6-7 inch tall mega rat that's going to go down there and chop some fucking wood. He's going to get shit. But if he wants to say, get medical herbs, he's going to have to rely on his rather measly 4 agility. Let's say he wants to hunt and he wants to get those rations. He rolled and like, oh, well, okay, maybe this isn't the best example as I rolled like 4 crits. But like, okay, you have 3 failures, 1 success, 3 successes, and 4 successes. 5 successes. We have 5 successes. I rolled 4 like 3 times in a row. Like, what are the kind of main quests this game has? Adventure. Adventure. That's what it is. You do adventure. That's kind of one of the interesting bits about Primrose right now. Like, it's a lot of, you go to a place, you do a thing, you leave. I would assume there's going to be a little bit more when it comes to the idea of, like, dungeon delving and shit, like, well, quote, dungeon delving. Because, like, you have the idea of, like, presence and escalation, which is a really interesting system, and I think people should use this more often. Because the idea of presence and escalation is, hey, this is some abandoned ruins. You're in here, you're wandering around. The more shit you do, the louder you're getting. The louder you are, the more something bad's going to happen. And it's like, oh no, like you're building escalation. You're building around. You're wandering around. People are going to notice you. Oh, you stole something. Or you're attempting to move objects. You're having conversations. You're fighting. Things are going wrong. But every time you're also building up, you're trying to investigate areas, set up ambushes, conceal yourself, do a lot of different things. This is like this weird, I would say a dungeon system, traps and shit like that, encounters, how to fight. Because generally speaking, the adventures you're going to be having in Primrose are adventures, TM. You're going to be, oh no, there's a weasel clan coming down from the highlands to raid. We need to stop them. Oh no, there's a snake. What do we do about the snake? Oh no, a fox has showed up. We're all gonna die. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Like, if you've ever read something like Mouse Guard Free, that's what you're gonna be doing. If you've ever read Redwall, like that, that's what you're doing. You wander around, you do adventure, you go back home. Which, to some people, is going to be like, wow, that's a lot of fun. I can really do whatever I want. Other people are going to be like, holy shit, this is boring. It kind of depends on how you want to do it. Combat's present. Combat actually does do something. I do like the idea that your initiative based off whatever the lowest of your agility or courage. As you can see here, Mjolk is just bulking, doesn't mean he's brave. And because, technically it's 4, he only has an initiative modifier of 4. He is not a fast boy, but he just hits like a freight train. You have a little bit of initiative, because one of the ideas is you have to spend initiative to do things. Let me see, can you move around? Let's see, we want to do like right here. You will do their SM for each success during this roll, plus add +1 damage to the currently used weapon. Different target's defense. So, if somebody wants to hit, for example, Mjolk here, they're going to have to beat his defense. His defense is 4. That's his difficulty to actually hit him. However, let's say he's hitting himself with an axe, so he has to roll 5d10 and score 3-4 successes, possibly. More successes. With a strength of 9. And the more time he hits, the more damage he's going to be doing. I'm going to beat you to death, and it'll be fun. Because damage is also a roll. Yes. Basically, the idea of like ranged weapons kind of do the same thing. One of the odd things is that you can choose to defend, or you can choose to evade. You have to spend initiative, because this is like, it's kind of like an action point system in a way. Which, like, you're trying to use your initiative to buy to buy things, to do other things with. Yeah, you kind of see your combat. Some modifiers are applied based on size of participants. While evading. So, like, smaller enemies, you're going to be evading, but you're going to be hitting. You're doing a lot more damage. Both staying on grappling, because it's always a full thing on grappling. They don't really talk too much about how much, everything is per weapon or anything, because there are no weapons in this version of the game, which I could see people getting maybe a little bit miffed about. Like, that's kind of annoying, but generally speaking, you're going to have like 2, maybe 3 actions around. And that's maybe going to be frustrating some people. I think that's going to be a thing that's going to frustrate some people. Where it's like, oh, well, I want to just jack up my initiative. I just want to have as high of initiative as possible. Base value characters have on their sheet. Yeah, so it's like, okay. Because it goes down in order, and you can reduce it. Kind of like Exalted in that way, if you've ever played Exalted. You can do committing attacks, you can hold actions, overwhelming enemies. Wounds are fascinating as well. Wounds are kind of a weird one. Which, it's your health, effectively. It's like, okay, pretty standard stuff, nothing too exciting. But the idea of mortal wound. If you take a mortal wound, something really bad has happened. If I take more than 11 damage, for example, from one source, I'm going to take a mortal wound. That means I'm going to take a penalty on -1. So there is actually a death spiral in this game. Death by 1,000 cuts is not as efficient as hitting somebody with a super hit. And immediately become higher than their endurance, they immediately become unable to perform any actions. If you are somehow a rat that manages, a little mouse that somehow manages to survive a number of mortal wounds, you're not going to have like you're going to be out of the fight very quickly because your your endurance isn't going to be very high. Improvised weapons, status effects, various status effects kind of modify things. You kind of see here, it's like, oh, Dawn attacks Matthew with his sword. AC 2. Matthew decides to just defend. 2 successes plus his sword's attack, equaling 4 successes. Yeah, that's like the one thing I think that I could see the idea of defense maxing being really good. Because all your defense is your endurance plus your senses divided by 3. So if you just increase your defense even a few points, like if you manage to get your defense up to like say 6 for example, lower tier enemies just won't be able to hit you. You're just impossible to hit or damage at that point. But yeah, obviously if you, I need to hit you once dex build, yeah. Medicine, lots of illness, various illnesses. And this is kind of just the sample scenario in the back of the book. It's... Where was the one that I want? Yeah, like, I could see people getting a little bit frustrated when it comes to things like this, because he doesn't actually have any equipment, really. If I, like, let's take a look at... I didn't read through this scenario just because I'm like, well, that's a scenario. I don't really need to think about it too much. But yeah, it's like, oh, I have a weapon, but you don't. Yeah, it's like, oh, yeah, maybe I'm missing something here, brother, but maybe actually have weapons in this book. That could be handy. But yeah, like, if we kind of go here, get all the various initiative bonus, action cost, damage resistance. Do I like Primrose? Yeah, I think Primrose has got a lot of promise. I think it needs some little bit more time in the oven just to, and the thing is, it's not done yet. That's the problem. It's not done yet, and it is very much an adventure TM right now. Hey, go from point A to point B. You know, do a thing and then have a fight, maybe. Yeah. But maybe they want to do something else. Yeah, it's just like, oh. Like, you solve the thing by not fighting, because don't fight. Okay. Alright, that's what we're doing here? Yeah, we're doing that. But yeah, no, it needs a little bit more time to get, like, a fully in there, but, like, the base system works fine. I'm so excited. Yeah, they could do a pure hex crawl and it would be enough. Like, I think that's one of those parts where I don't know... Oh, I don't know if it's done yet in that regard, because you have the exploration system. Because it might legitimately just be do exploration stuff. That's your thing. You go from point A to point B, you're exploring around, and you're trying to find things. I could see that they could do with a, maybe a little bit more focus. That may not be the worst idea in the world. Hey, you're, like, as a base, use a mouse. Like a sample scenario, like, as a base, use a mouse, like, you're all mice, and you're going on a scholarly quest. You need to go to another place to get a bunch of heirlooms and then come back. Very simple. You're doing a big travel section. You're finding things along the way. You're doing your hex crawling. You're getting into trouble. You're trying to survive. You're trying to get a bunch of things that are way too big for you, so you're trying to move that. That could be fun. It's more about the adventure more than what's occurring in the adventure. That's one of those things, like, I don't really know where he plans on going with it. I don't know if this is the final thing forever and this is it. Yeah, it just needs stuff right now. It needs, like, all the little things to kind of get put together into a single document. Like, right now it looks phenomenal. I think it looks really good outside of, like, some small minor things. Like, sometimes the justificate, like, sometimes this gets a little bit weird looking, but that's just me. But, yeah, like, I'm interested to see where things go, but I need to get a little bit more things to understand where that thing is going. Because I didn't really even, like, it didn't really even occur to me that there are no weapons in this game currently. And you're, in the sample scenario, you're supposed to have a fight. With what? Your fists. Because there's no weapons. And you don't know what each weapon does, because that's what's going to determine how you do combat. Yeah, that's Primrose. I think Primrose has chat. Like, I do enjoy it. I think it's a good start. And I'm curious where they put it. So the next game. This is a little bit more formally handed to me, being like, I want you to go. Actually, I'll let you do it. We're doing my favorite one of these at the end. However, do you want to see torture, or do you want to see me just die a little on the inside? I'll ask you that right now. Torture or dying on the, like, just emotional torture? Emotional torture, I see. Clever boy. This is Briar and Bramble. Briar and Bramble. We have an animal theme this time, and this is appropriate. A tabletop role-playing game by Freddie Taylor Bell. And yes, this is a 96 megabyte fucking file. Big fucking file. So, people are paying Notepad. All right, we're gonna run an ad now, I guess, because God hates you. The economy's in shambles. But let's see. Now this is the best part, is that I can now take a second to just kind of sit back and relax and chillax for the 45 seconds. Curious case of not quite furry games? No. These are games that were actually sent to me for me to go over in one way or another. People wanted me to go over them, and it is like a press copy. This was an actual legit press copy this guy sent me. He was like, hey, I want you to go over this game for me. Please. I want to get more people out. I want people to see it more. I want people to do this. And I'm like, you know what? Let's do it. Rise and grind. Let's do all of these games all at once. So I did. This is Freddie Taylor Bell. We're going to talk about Freddie Taylor Bell here a little bit. Freddie Taylor Bell is a fascinating human being, otherwise known as the Drunk Wizard. He is a, human being. He works at Free Radical Design. Fun fact, you may be wondering, what is Free Radical Design? These guys made Crisis. These guys made Time Splitters. Yeah, these guys who made Time Splitters. Haze. I'm gonna talk about Haze. Time Splitters was fun. Everybody liked Time Splitters. He's working on the new Time Splitters game, actually, which people are like, cool, this seems fun, this seems interesting. Yeah, Reformation. Free Radical Design to be reformed as a subsidiary of Deep Silver with the intent of bringing IP back to life. Yeah. This guy lives in Nottingham. This is Freddie Taylor Bell. Works the Drunk Wizard. Briar and Bramble. Looking so cute and twee. I fucking hate this game. This is what this guy does. 2-page game. you know, Now We Raid business card game. Like, this is like this guy's like only like big game, really. And here's his website, by the way. This is just his website where he does everything. Because he works mostly in video games. You can see he graduated with a BA in Honors in Game Design at the University of Central Lancaster in 2019. He's been working at Free Radical Design. He's a technical designer on it. That's what he does. So if it's shit, we can blame. The thing is, if the new Time Splitters game is bad, we know exactly who to blame. It's this guy. Currently the highest rated game with the TTRPG tag on itch.io, which does really successfully understand why itch.io is a flawed product and we should just never use it for anything. This was the Kickstarter for it. Came out, it was even like, I believe it was this last year is when the actual thing fully ran out. You know, ran like, oh wow, it's so pretty, it's so interesting. Oh no, what's, oh no, oh no. Fuck off, SLA. I don't need you. I'm already cool. Go away. I don't need to buy anything. The only thing I need to buy is a drink. And it's like, oh no! It's full art and printed copies of Briar and Bramble. A PBTA game. A drive-thru. Interestingly enough, Briar and Bramble is not actually on drive-thru. Its other game of What We Are is on here, though, which is designed to be, you know, accessible as possible. You see here, no metal tier to speak of. And it's like, okay. Skill check. Skill check is either opposed or unopposed. I'm like, this is the one game I actually asked about. This is $15. And he did a Kickstarter for that one as well. Like that. Or they did a Kickstarter for this one as well. Easier. He was in Manchester at the time, fun fact. Oh god, he's from Manchester. That explains so much. Yeah, that's Freddie Taylor. Now, if we really want to be a little bit nosy about him, this is what he looks like. This is what he lives. I know exactly where he lives. Stapleford, England, United Kingdom. I know where he works, and I can probably, if I look deeper, find out more about him. I don't have autism. I'm just a violent sociopath. I have severe problems. Yeah, no, I do know legitimately too much about this man at this point. Why do you link things for me? Why are you the way that you are, Freddie Taylor Bell, they, them, from Free Radical Design, Stapleford, England, which is probably about 20 minutes away from Nottingham Center. Why are you the way that you are? But yeah. We've learned a little bit about Freddie here. Freddie has been a little bit aggressive about trying to get people to go over Briar and Bramble a little bit. And people seem to like him. I don't know why. It's like, oh, this is the highest rated game on like itch physical games. Cause like, but if I go to physical game, like top rated, it's not even on here. Like, it's nowhere on here. Yeah, like it's not here. Unless it's under something else. Fuck, dude. Like, you're not even the first top, you know, the first row. Mouse Ritter is. Mouse Ritter's cool. Like, Mouse Ritter kind of has some interesting ideas. 1,000-year-old vampire. Troika exists. Troika exists. That's all I can really say to that. But yeah, it's like, hey, you're not top rated. Are you top seller? No, you're not a top seller. You're not even anywhere in here. Are you new and you're not new and popular, obviously enough. You're not even popular. So, you understand what I am saying. Like, this is a little bit weird. Unless he's going by exclusively some tag autism, which is its own... That's its own thing. Like, that's like really specific. Like, Actually, no. Select the tag. TTRPG. I want to do this tag in particular. It's not even a fucking tag. You'll filter with TTRPG. Like, this one is top rated in this one? No, it's not top rated in that one. Like, do we have a tag like Wuso, I need your help. Like, this isn't even a tag. Why are you even in here? Why are you the way that you are? Yeah, this isn't, yeah. He's not even here. Like, it's not even a factor. It's very bizarre that it's even like a thing. Again, listed clearly on his website right here. Unless he's just lying. Which, cool, I guess. If you just want to lie on your web... Nobody lies on the... Guys. Nobody lies on the internet, right? No one would just go on the internet and tell lies. Isn't that right, Arthur? Yeah. Yeah, it's like, yeah, well, give me my Buster PNG, you know. But yeah, this is Freddie. This is all I can really find on the guy. Like, there's nothing to. He is a Twitch. He is a Twitter man, not Twitch man. Do you like Twitter man who does Twitter man things? Yeah, this is. Let me see if I can find him in this. Yep, that looks exactly who I think it is. Oh lord. But yeah, this is who this guy is. What is Briar and Bramble though? Brian and Briar and Bramble. Bramble. Briar and Bramble. Briar and Bramble. It's PBTA. Like, I would really like to say something different. Like, I would really like to say, oh, it's, operated games tag tabletop role-playing games. Tag TTRPG. Popular. Top rated. Okay, it's top rated in this very specific tag because he didn't he did, it's not capitalized. That's what it is. It's decapitalized tabletop role-playing game. It is here. This is what he did. It's not... Because the way it's doing, it's like, it didn't do this. It's not, tabletop role-playing game. Role-playing game. No, it's tabletop role-playing, role-playing game. That's why. Like, I've never heard of any of these fucking games. I've never heard of any of these things. I know I've fucking heard of you. Not fucking fortunately. Like, my brother in Christ. This is not a victory. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, it's, he's not lying on the internet. We did it, everybody. He's not lying on the internet. He's just masquerading the truth a little bit. But why do I have say I'm like, I immediately, like, I don't much care for this game at all, really. The secret answer, and it may surprise you, is that it is legitimately just PBTA. It is legit and just powered by the apocalypse. Not even like a, oh boy, it's powered by the apocalypse, did something unique. No, it is legitimately just powered by the apocalypse. And I guess we get to do our little fun talk about what is powered by the apocalypse again. Okay, everybody, let's do it again. Close your eyes and remember what's our favorite phrase about powered by the apocalypse. PBTA is a 2d6 system primarily. Let me see. Find like a section. What did I get? Powered by the Apocalypse is primarily a 2d6 system in which you take two dice and you roll them together. And you add a result. You add your skill, your attribute, or something similar to that. If you score between a 5 to 7, with a 7 to 9, it's a medium success. Success with consequence. And up is a full success. Anything 6 or lower is a failure, or something bad has happened. Everything is driven by concepts called moves. Every single thing you do will be a move of some variety. You cannot say, I jump over the pit. That's not how that thing goes. That's not how it goes. You have to do the escape danger move. And then you would roll the dice and do the results. For example, this is Ray. He is a musketeer, which I learned about because they're fucking cool. If he wants to befriend somebody, he has to roll plus social. He takes his dice, he rolls, he scored a 10 plus 2, because it's social of plus 2, and an animal in question views you as a friend. Take plus 1 ongoing whenever you need to talk to them. Cool, but let's say he has to make the we're all friends here. Clear minds make clever decisions. When you diffuse a tense situation, 8 plus 2, calm everyone down and prevent the situation from escalating. We need to make them a filibuster. Roll plus social. 5, 2, oh no, I only got a 7. You can keep them distracted until help arrives, but talking forever is exhausting. -1 4. Mashallah, I shall be the one to Mashallah, I shall be the one to destroy PBTA. Like, I can't even say it's like an innovative take on PBTA. That's the funny part. I can't even say that. Because this is legitimately just powered by the apocalypse. Like, there's nothing unique about it, really. There's not, like, the thing about it. Because every now and again you can find one that's like, alright, hell yeah. Let's do it. This is it. This is the moment. Like, alright, cool. But then it does things that I hate in PBTA games that I really despise. Especially when it comes to playbooks. Because each playbook has a defining moment. My whole life has led up to this moment. This move is unlocked during play when you dedicate yourself to negotiating peace, peaceful outcome between two hostile communities. Because your playbook is, again, just your fucking story. This is what you're going to be living up to. You need to do your defining moment. And it's like, oh, okay, that's great. That's lovely. That's phenomenal. Wow, wowzers. And if you do that, you get a bunch of bonuses. Cool. Tick the clocks. Oh boy, I love ticking clocks. Oh boy. I sure do love doing things. It's so much fun. I guess, like, you could say one of the more unique ideas is the idea of the community, which we'll get to in a bit. Like, what was the one word that like, oh, I would like to thank all these things. Yeah, here's, yeah, like, it's inspired by all these things. Let's talk about player safety. Wow! Signs and Veils, the X card. Where's the one where, like, it's like, oh, I was inspired by fucking... There comes literally a point where it's like, he's like, oh, well, I was inspired by... Actually, here, let's do a... Yeah, like, you get shit like this, where it's like, yeah, it's just straight up just a PBTA game. There was one where it's like, oh, I was inspired... No, it was on the itch.io page. That was it. Yeah, it's like, he outright states, it's like, yeah, I was inspired by... Powered by the apocalypse. This isn't inspired by it. Like... Like, you weren't inspired by this game. You just made one. Like, this is... He's, like, creatively fucking, like, oh, Lord. Yeah, I mean, let me see if we can find, like, what you need to play. Don't forget your fucking safety tools. You know how to do moves and dice at this point. If you got any questions about PBTA, now's the time to tell me. Because I will answer all your questions about PBTA. I know this system far too well. And I fucking despise it for it. Oh wow, look at your four stats. Fierce, reflex, sense, and social. I don't know why this is bigger, I just realized that. 3 and -1. Wowzers! Look at all the cute little artwork. This is where all the Kickstarter money went. Obviously, it didn't go to actually designing the fucking system. Oh my goodness! This is amazing, and it's so innovative. It's so amazing because it does the exact same shit as before. The funny thing, there's not a single unique thing about this game, and that's the frustrating. That's the real part. Because everything has its clocks. I guess, like, you're supposed to, like, one of the more interesting things is, like, you're supposed to make, like, the map. Because the idea is, oh, hey, you have this map, and you're supposed to do the map together. And, like, you draw out the map, and then when you're done drawing out the map, it's like, okay, we did this here, we are over here now, then we did this, and we did this. That would be cool. The problem is, the map isn't actually that interesting because it's not going to look like this. Like, you got to remember this. The map isn't going to look like this. It's going to look like... I'll bring up a fucking paint.net document just so you can all understand what this is actually going to look like. Like, your map isn't going to be nice and pretty. It's going to be like thing. And then like it's like, oh, here's like my little tractor. This is the farm. We're by there. Like, oh, this is a big tree. Like it's gonna be something like this. It's just gonna be like a bunch of schizo notes that people are gonna be like, yeah, I kind of remember what happened at the farm. Like, I kind of remember the thing over here. I'm like, there's a big rock over here. What do we do with the big rock? We just do that. And you may call this soul, but it's like, does this add anything to the game? No, it adds legitimately nothing to the game. And it's never brought up again. This is the only time you will ever see the map making system. It's just not a thing, really. It doesn't matter. Like, the one interesting bit of this game. But then it's like, yeah, just roll this, embark on an adventure. Oh my goodness. Negotiate. Oh my goodness. Let's negotiate. Oh boy, let's fight or flight. Oh boy, let's hide. Oh boy. Lay the line. Oh boy. This is what I mean by, like, it's just... Pick a playbook, then you add a tag, and it's like, oh my god, it's also fucking Foraged in the Dark. Oh wow. Wowzer, everybody. It's the most boring shit I've ever read. You know, assign your stat... Because the thing is, every fucking playbook, mind you, already has a stat assigned to it. You get a 1, 0, -1. Those are your fucking options. And it's like, wow, this is so much fun. I am literally yicking out. I am yicking out right now. Cool, that's awesome. This is my favorite thing in the world. You do growth criteria, cool. You tick a thing. Once you tick the thing 4 times, congratulations. You get a new move. You can pick a move from a different playbook, increase the number of your stats by 1. Oh my goodness, it's so much fucking fun. This is amazing. Of course it is. And then there's combat, but mind you, the playbooks. Let me actually bring up playbooks. Playbooks. Like, the playbooks are like, oh, okay, you already get this, but let's like go down to like the flock. The flock has 10 harm. This wasn't even written by him. This was written by another person. So it's like of course it's completely fucking different. And it's like, okay, you're just like a flock of fucking birds, but like Guardian has 8 ticks on their clock. The Hound has 8 ticks on their clock. The Outsider has 8 ticks. 8 ticks. 6 ticks. 4 ticks. Wowzers. You got like 3 fucking options for your health. Okay, it doesn't matter, right? It's a fucking game about, you know, magic animals doing magical animal things. Yeah, but there's the issue where it's like it's shit like this. Like things don't really do much. Like getting shot by a human doesn't kill you outright, which is one thing I do respect heavily about it. Was what was it? It was not the Watership. It's not Watership Down. It's Bunnies and Burrows. Bunnies and Burrows. You get hit by a human weapon, you're fucking dead. There's no like answer of like, oh well, you get to survive. No, you're just dead. Anyone who gets shot's just dead. Like, except if you're a boar now, apparently, where you can survive like a fucking like full round in the fucking head, and they just do not give a fuck. Yeah, and if you fill your harm clock, it's Jover. You lose. You're out of the game. Goodbye. But you can heal. Here's some relationships. Anytime you do a relationship, you get to add your bonus to your roll. Oh my goodness, it's so much fun. Look, everybody's holding hands. Everybody's happy with each other. Oh my goodness, look, everybody. Clap, 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 clap. I want to fucking kill myself. Jesus Christ. This is the community aspect. The community aspect is simple. You have like a harmony stat. That's the only stat you have. You may be wondering, well, where's community tab? This is the communities piece sheet. I put it on the same one because it was so fucking small. It didn't really matter. And it's like, oh, anytime you need to do any check, just 2d6 plus 2 because that's your harmony. Oh, you have resources or you don't. You don't have to like manage your resources. You don't have to like manage any of that. No, it's just yes or no. And regardless of what you do, you're going to use them. So it's like, oh, cool, awesome, I love it. This is so fucking cool. I love it. Having so much fun. Idea. Now you could say like, oh, well, you're being a little bit mean right now, Notepad. You should be nicer to this ooh woo cutie wooty fucking indie game. Like, why? Why the fuck should I be nice to it? You sent this to me, and I fucking despise it, because it's another PBTA game that does nothing new. Not a single goddamn thing of this is new, or interesting, or exciting. And, like, I could be like, okay, maybe there's, like, something, if I keep scrolling down, am I gonna get something? No, you're not. You're just gonna get more shit like this. Oh boy. Oh no, the community's in danger right now. Oh, I rolled an 8. Oh, wowzers. I got it. Everybody's happy. We're just gonna beat the shit out of each other because they rolled an 8, and now harmony score increases by 1. Are you having fun yet? Clap, seal. Clap, monkey. Jeez. You got like 2 community. Like, there's nothing. Like, oh boy, ready for the playbooks. Oh boy. Ooh. Because, like, okay, maybe the tags have something to do with it. Cool. Maybe the tags are, like, something interesting. No, you get 2 fucking tags to choose from. You get 2 tags. There's not even, like, oh, well, here's, like, a couple dozen tags to, like, really kind of modify your community. No. That ain't the fucking point. Because that would require actual thinking. That would require understanding that maybe people don't. That would effectively, what you would need to do is make something more interesting. But that's impossible for this person, apparently. And this is the person working on fucking Time Splitters. We're fucked. Time Splitter Chads, we're fucked. We're not gonna have a happy ending. This is just a sad ending where we all lose. I would really like to say, like, okay, it's time, everybody. Like, it's not. Like, oh boy, get ready for all these fucking moves. Where you get some weird things, like you can't befriend a person. Like, you physically cannot befriend a not hostile animal in this game. Unless you're a diplomat. That's the only way to befriend people. Fun fact, this is how you befriend another human. This is how you befriend somebody. Oh, but you don't need to do this. You just need to roll 2d6 plus social. Well, that's the fucking problem now, isn't it? That's the fucking problem. Because that's all it fucking is. When you attempt to befriend a non-hostile animal, roll 2d6 plus social. There's something going on. Well, you take a net +1 ongoing whenever you need to talk with them. Wow, it's almost like I would take a +1 fucking ongoing that I would just do anything with. I just exist. You've literally given the ability to talk like a normal fucking human being to another person. Wow, these fucking animals are amazing. I would have never thought of how to fucking befriend somebody. Never would have thought of that. It's impossible for anybody else to. It's astounding. It's amazing. Holy shit. And it's what do you do in this situation? I've always wondered why, like, how people like enjoy things like that. Like, is it just like you just want to like talk and just like you don't give a shit about the game really? But to me, that kind of defeats the purpose of the game then. Like, why even have a game? Just sit around and like, if it was almost like legit full on, like we just want to play. Hey, you know, just sit around the circle and play pretend. You know what? Fine. Fuck it. If you want to go full on improv, cool. You know what? Form roleplay has always been a thing. Everybody likes form roleplaying. Come on, it's there. But this isn't that. You're pretending it's a game. God, how much is this game going for? Luckily, it's only name your own price. God, think about if you were trying to sell. What does he recommend? $1.50 he recommends. No, wait a second. Wait a fucking second. This game isn't it says name your own price and says like, oh, $1.50, $1.50. If you pay $15 or more, you get the full art version. So to get the actual reason to do this, get the full art version, you would have to pay $15. God, if I paid $15 for this, I would fucking so sad. Luckily, he gave it to me for free, and I still feel like I want to return it. Like I feel so mean saying this, but like I have no other opinions on it. It's gonna be an abstract kind of time splitters, isn't it? It is just gonna be an abstract kind of hell. Like he's just like a technical designer, so I mean I don't think he's gonna have like any influence on the story or like God help us all if he had like an influence on the story. Like that would be like okay, fucking Street Fighter loot, you know, Street Fighter Lost, you know, Lost Compilation 3. But yeah, like if you've played a PBTA game before, if you're like, I don't enjoy PBTA games, you're not going to enjoy this because it's a PBTA game. If you want to like oh, you like PBTA games, but you want something new, this isn't going to be it because this is almost exactly like other PBTA. Which, yeah, you kind of get like, oh, important figures. Wow, it's almost like we haven't seen this fucking before. Holy oh my God, Lois. I'm in a PBTA game. Lois. I used to be able to do the Peter Griffin voice pretty well. But yeah, like, look at all the Kickstarter backers. Look at everybody. Look, it's the main guy. Look, he's so cute and adorable. I want to pat him on the head. Pat, pat, pat. Then fucking slap him once. Just bam, right across his cheek and being like, you dumb motherfucker. Please, God, write something more interesting. Please. You have not only wasted my time, you have wasted my life. Yeah, that's fucking Briar and Bramble. Congratulations. You Though I do want to have like a little chat here between the two of us. Between the all of us. You know how it goes. A little bit of a chat between us, everybody. We were having this I was having this conversation the other day actually in the Orange server. And one of the ideas was that PBTA is kind of going the way of the dodo. I've been noticing this more and more. Oh, stretching. I've been noticing this more and more over time, and that has been, we've been moving away from PBTA. And even with this one, like, this is a fairly traditional PBTA game. Like, very traditional. But it's weird with this one because it also borrows a lot of Forged in the Dark. A lot of Forged in the Dark, even. Where I am very curious. Very curious. What is PBTA's legacy more than anything? Is PBTA's legacy going to be they made Forged in the Dark? That'll be so sad. But I guess that's why Vincent always has to beg, you know, fucking, I guess that's why, like, Vincent has to beg people every time he does a Kickstarter to give him money. Because he is the Antichrist. He is the fundamental problem why everything has gone wrong. Like, what is vision-based games design? Let's do a little bit of a look here. Vision-based game design. The development thought of years of developing. At simple, it's formalized way to create a design document. However, focus on creation of tabletop RPG. Sharing this because I thought it'd help others do the same. Like, it's 60 kilobytes download. By Artie. Wait. You Artie? Yeah, I know you, Artie. Artie, what are you doing here? Yes, I know Artie. I'm gonna yell at him. I'm gonna go to the Orange server and yell at Artie. Artie. Yeah, I do know Artie. Yeah, Misfortunes, right down here, dramatic role-playing. I meant to actually go, I think I talked about that one a long time ago. Like, you're not gonna hurt me, right, Artie? Artie, please. Artie, my brother in Christ, do not hurt me this way. Let's see. Make it vision post. This is just. Oh, this is pretty simple. This is like a little like 6-page essay about like just make a fucking game. Yeah, this is. I find that very impressive, and yeah, it's literally just an essay. I'm gonna have to yell at Artie. Yeah, it's just like a little essay of him being like, this is how you make documents. You gotta have a vision. You gotta have the requirements. You gotta have a structure. Wow, it's almost like game design. That was the #1 influence on Briar and Bramble. A game about game design, and I hate it. I fucking despise this game. But Briar and Bramble is gonna be like one of those games that like, I am fascinated about what happens to him. Because it's... I think it's kind of the last spasm of a dying breed. Because we're moving more into the Forged in the Dark. I think we're going to be moving more and more into the Forged in the Dark way of doing things. And that's why I'm curious about, God, it's been a while since I checked on it. So let's do a little bit of check, everybody. You know, we've got some time. Let's, what was it? Apocalypse Keys? Apocalypse Keys, yeah. That one finished. How much money did it make? It made 130 over its goal. Let's see. Finish PDF. Give me a second. Gotta give me a second. Yeah. Okay, so it is out. Oh, you know what that means. You know what that means, everybody. Well, let's move on to our next game. Move on to our next game a little bit. A little bit shorter one as well. We're going to be going to Action 12 Cinema. I got sent this game. They're like, you got to go over this game. It's a really cool, a very fascinating game. By Michael K. Ross. Michael K. Ross. Actually, if you give me a second, I have to run another ad because I had to do 3 ads. So I'm going to run an ad now. So give me a moment. Give me 1 minute. See, this is the abstract kind of hell that I love. Because I can do whatever the fuck I want during this, and people just don't know until they see the VOD. And that's the best part. Let me see. Michael K. Ross. Yeah, Michael K. Ross is primarily from... Let me just open everything up here real fast. A new start here. Wow. Yeah. Also, follow me on Patreon, everybody. Wink. Exclusive, no exclusive content, really. Like, you guys just have voting rights. That's all you guys have. Alright, welcome back, everybody. This is the RPG Academy. It's a podcast. And I looked up our RPG. You know, if you look up RPG Academy, they do pop up in a few different places. Namely, they look up at, right here, as well as YouTube, if I recall correctly. I believe they're on YouTube. Because a lot of these are actually, like, these old ones. They are, I always find interesting. Also, we're going to be going over you, actually. The culling. The culling. Yeah, this is the RPG Academy. This is what they do. It's like a podcast for tabletop games. And there was a 2016-2017 nominee for the Eddies. Ennies. And as you can tell, I have zero fucking idea who the hell these guys are. And legitimately, nobody else knew either. I did find that very amusing. They do have a YouTube channel. They have less subscribers than I do currently. And I'm going to showboat a little bit. Hey everybody, welcome to my 802 subscriber special. Boom, bang, dab, 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 dab. Okay, that's done. We did it. Good job, team. But yeah, this is the RPG Academy. They're playing Warcraft on here, I guess. A few days. Yeah, they play games. And Beam say they do things and they don't get a lot of views on YouTube. I'm assuming they get a lot of stuff on here, like they do their own. Arcade Con even a thing anymore? I guess it is. Yeah, so there is. It looks like Arcade Con is a thing. Like it clearly is like a thing that they do, but I've never really heard of these guys before. I never watched any of their stuff because I usually don't watch a lot of these ones. I don't watch like other podcasts and stuff. Those aren't usually my kind of thing. But if you done it, it's the main guy who wrote this particular game was Michael Ross, pretty much the main guy. We also have guys like Tom Cartwell. We have Brad Nipper, Callum, Caleb, Professor Crunch. Yeah, Scott B, Matthew Parody, the improv professor, Rocky Helton. Now you may be saying, wait, Notepad, these all look like, yes, I know. We're not going to comment on any single part of what they look like. We're not going to comment on anything. We're not going to say anything. We're just going to nod our heads and all understand what we're dealing with. That's the face of a man who is in this industry for too long. But yeah, as you can kind of see, they have stuff on drive-thru. Yeah, they have some things on drive-thru, like Rollmaster. Like no, this isn't even them. This is just they have a drive-thru affiliate. Like let's actually see RPG Academy. Do you have anything published in here? I don't like where this is going. Oh no, oh no. Yeah, it's they don't have anything published really on their podcast, like how much money they make. I can make probably a guesstimation that they're making probably like right around here. I don't think they have like a lot of people, but maybe that's fine, maybe that's not, who knows. I don't know because I don't watch these people. So, but that's the RPG Academy. That's who we're really dealing with. Michael K. Ross has actually done apparently quite a bit in the industry, I guess. This is who they are. 5,000 followers right there. Wow. It's on Kickstarter actually. November 18th. It's not even out yet. That's the best part about this one. Oh god, that makes it even worse about what I'm about to say. Oh no! Oh no! I'm gonna be a bad person for this. But yeah, actually 12 Cinema isn't out yet. But they've been kind of hyping it up, you know, TTRPG folks. Oh boy, like let's talk about it. Like, oh cool. I don't know. I really don't know too much about these guys, so it's kind of hard to go over them. But apparently they've been doing stuff, mostly 5e. But we also have to make money in this industry. And guess who pays the fucking bills? Not Indie Darling. But this is Action 12 Cinema. This is their game that they sent me. And you kind of see here, right there, right, is designed by Michael K. Ross. Of, well, plus D12 games. Plus D12 games does not exist. That's not a thing that exists. I'm assuming that's going to be kind of like the publishing company he wants to do stuff in. Because like almost the first thing you kind of see with a plus D12 is that this is the first line. This is page 4. With absolute certainty, I think the D12 is the best die. To me, it's simply the best polyhedral to roll at the table. As my friend Richard Krutz-Laundry once explained, it's plus pointy than a D4, more roundy than a D6, and it's 100% more rectangular polyhedronical than D8s. Yeah, and as you can kind of see here, this game was a bitch to read because it all looks like this, and it all is agonizing my eyes. Terrible font choice. Thank you. Thank you. I am justified. I had to read, like, I'm assuming, like, here's the thing. I'm assuming that this is going to have an actual backing. Because there's no images throughout this book. There's no images, there's no anything, but this is also like a playtest version of it. You kind of even see up here, it's review copy. I'm assuming this is not the final version. And like, this is the font they're going to use, but it's going to have like a darker background. God, I fucking hope so. If they release it like this, my eyes. Yeah, my eyes. Yeah, this is silly improv games, you know. Oh, well, it now shares DNA with the... This is his original games. Michael's ridiculously and needlessly overcomplicated rules-light role-playing game. It's just a bunch of rolls, a bunch of D12s. Oh, boy. Oh. Allowed to be created instead of showing the alien spacecraft, we just see the characters describe it. The type of stories you can throw a bomb just out of frame because the writers couldn't think of a better way to deal with it. Those types of action stories. He wanted action stories, and it's like, okay. Alright, what's the game like, though? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, like, you put this on, like, a back, like, I wonder if I can even, I would assume, like, even a darker, like, even like a... Here's what I'm gonna do. This isn't gonna look perfect, but welcome to the Notepad Anon experience where I can do this all I want because I have like if we do that, maybe do like a darker, like a dark blue. I guess that looks a little bit better, like not much better, but you kind of get the idea of like maybe what they're going to be doing for like a darker tone. I think that might look a little bit better. Again, obviously I don't know what font this is necessarily. Yeah, here actually, yeah, let's do that. Let's invert the colors. Yeah, like, this is, like... Yeah, you can kind of see this. Like, this works. I mean, maybe it's a little bit awkward to read, but, like, if you were to, like, hand this to me, I could say, yeah, it's a little bit difficult to read, but not, like, super hard. Like, that's what I was thinking, like... That's what I was thinking, like, maybe they're gonna go with, like, a different one. Just to maybe make it a little bit easier to read, but this version's a little bit hard. Now, mind you, you're also looking at it through a stream, so that could be also its own issue. But basic idea of Action 12 is a GM-less and rules-light role-playing game that uses D12. D12 will continue to be that dice. That's, I think, the unfortunate reality of the D12 system. D12 is that D12 is like this weird dice that like it's not as popular as any other dice because it's just a weird number. 12 is a weird number. It's like 8. Like how many systems can you think of like that use D12s and D8s? It's D6s, it's D10s. D8 and D12 kind of get the short end of the stick usually when it comes to those kind of games. But generally speaking, Action 12 cinema is a thing about, 3-act structure that create a fun experience that simulates the good bad movies. Good bad movies. Yeah, those ones. The really stupid movies that we all like. Cull the Conqueror, Alan Quatermain, and the Lost City of Gold. Robin Scarone, the Mars or the Last Starfighter. But that's certainly not Star Wars. Yeah, that's how many systems do D4? There's like 2 systems that do D4, but D4 is also one of those dice. I would say like D4, D8. I actually have like D4, D8, D12. The every other dice, those are the ones that don't get too much love. D4s, I do not know a single human being that likes D4s. You wanna know why? Because D4s do not roll well. Like, they aren't fun to roll. It's not like a fucking D6 where, you hit the corner and it kind of goes around a little bit and it's like, dun, 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 dun. Oh my god, I rolled this. Like, D8s are sometimes fun, but they always kind of like look a little bit weird and it's like 1/8 of a, not 1/6, 1/8. D12s have a bad tendency of just kind of fucking rolling everywhere. Same thing with like, I always find it funny. Unfortunately, D16s never really took off. Yeah. Game scenes are set if you're playing a creature feature, for example, they may have a laboratory, or cool, secluded beach where a group of young adults are having a bonfire. Cool! Yeah, this game's, it's narrative wank. It's narrative wank. So, as you can kind of see, our production sheet. This is actually like the movie we're making, and then this would be our character. So, generally speaking, player character, create a bunch of supporting characters that fit the story. Or, you know, once everyone's got their character, it's time to play. Play is broken down into 3 acts and scenes. Action 12 cinemas designed for a one-shot game. Play each time with a unique setup in here. Like, I do enjoy the idea that it's a one-shot game. This game is built to be a one-shot. There is, however, one distinctive problem with this. There's a game that already does this, and I actually recommended it because I actually really enjoy this game, which is this game is just kind of fun. Like, One Last Job is kind of fucking Kino, because it's just ridiculous enough that it works. It's effectively Reservoir Dogs, and it is an action movie, and you have to build your characters by insulting one another. It's really fun. It's actually a very entertaining game. Very bizarre, very funny. Not a very long game. Doesn't need to be very big, but it does just enough. Which I should go over this one here. $12.50 for a fucking game, though. Jesus, they raised the price on that. Fuck me, dude. But yeah, that's yeah, 4 hours in length. Like, you'll understand what I mean. Like, 4 hours in length is gonna be a little bit weird when there's take it. You know, I mean, obstacles used per act. Standard one is 1 in Act 1, 2 in Act 3, 3 in Act 3. Yeah. What is a role-playing game? What is a storytelling game? Blah, 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 blah. Example of play. Not gonna go through the example of fucking play because it's very... Yeah, you can also please check out the Rook and Rasp YouTube channel. Seriously, let's play... There is a little bit of this as well. Like, let's shout out our friends. It's like, oh, that's cool. Don't violate. Yeah, don't take away another player's agency. Don't narrate success toward an obstacle you didn't earn. Nice. Because the basic concept of this game, you can really kind of summarize it by breaking it up. Highlight. You might have an obstacle that says, like, break into the facility. Actually, no. Yeah. Here's what I'll do. Action 12. Like, for example, our Act 1 obstacle is, like, we have, you know, like, we want to escape the cultists. Like, that's our obstacle. Now, we can choose to do things that play on that. You know, if I narrate, I get a weapon and start fighting my way through the the fucking guys to try to get away. Since I am escaping, I would make a roll there. You know, like you're trying to escape the cultists by fighting your way through them. However, you don't need to roll when you're saying, like, I look for a weapon. So you could say, I'm looking for a weapon, I grab a weapon, then I start trying to, like, pretty much whack my way out through cultists. I'm rolling to solve the problem. You don't need to roll to do anything else except solve the problem. Which is a little weird, but again, I don't do solo games. I don't do GM-less games. They're not really my thing. Honestly, Solid might be the best option to consult on these. But yeah, the basic idea is, like, get everyone ready, choose genre, set all the eras, do the play phases, and it's like, okay, this is the weird thing when you have to, like, do the setup. Like, this is the production sheet, and you're gonna fill out all of these things. Oh, PG-13, limited druggy, brief non-sexual nudity, adult language, but none of the sexualized adult language. PG-13, oh wow. Obviously, since we're doing this, action thriller 18+, we can do whatever the fuck we feel like. Safety tools. Please be, safety tools. Please use lines and veils. Don't forget the X card. Don't forget... Wowzers. It's like we're playing I actually had a conversation. I have not played any of those games. I do enjoy Ars Magica, though. Ars Magica is like, that... Oh, goodness. Ars Magica is like a unique enough game that can kind of justify doing things like that, because it's a very unique game, and it's very odd. You need to build a game around that idea, or you have to do like a one-shot, like a very one-shot friendly game kind of thing. Dude, I was actually having a conversation about the X card the other day. It was with my friends, and the idea was like X cards. Have you planned a review of Ars Magica? It's one of those games that like I have no idea where the fuck to put it. Like it's such a unique thing that's like, oh, let's just talk about Ars Magica. I'm like, how do you talk about Ars Magica in like a succinct manner? But generally speaking, we were talking about the X card, and it's like the X card is a good idea. And, you know, I've shat on the X card a little bit, but hear me out. The X card is a good idea on paper. The problem is the X card sometimes isn't used well, and it can usually be mitigated by having a conversation like adults. Hey, dude, you're getting a little bit weird. Okay, I'm toning that down. Hey, that's a little bit funky. Okay, we're toning that down. You can say, hey, no sex. We don't want to deal with that. Cool, we're not dealing with that. Hey, no, like, really graphic violence. Cool, that's fine. We're playing a game about animals. Nobody wants to see little Fido get fucking mauled to death. I find it really weird that, like, the X cards and lines and veils have become, like, the dedicated section of a book now. Like, this is the, like, dedicated section that you have to have in a book. Which is, it's time to have the lines and veils section. It's time to have the X card section. Because, like, my thing would be, there should be a, honestly, I'm surprised there isn't. There probably is a book, which is just this is how to run games at cons. This is the con runner's book. You buy this book, it's going to give you all the tools you need. It's going to be really explain how to run games at cons and things, and the X card and shit and so on. There. Cool, understandable. This is a pickup game. You don't know these people. X card, very good idea. This is a con game. I don't know these people. X card. This is a game you randomly found on something like fucking Roll20. You have an X card for a little bit because you don't really know these people very well. But like with your friends and shit, that would be a little bit weird. To me, that is. Because to me, it's like, well, we're having the lines and veils and the X card and stuff. It's like, to me, if somebody was like trying to pull all that shit on me, I'd be like, do you not trust us enough to just have a conversation? Like, do you not trust me, or are we supposed to not trust you? That would be like my thing. That would be my almost immediate thing. Was like, hey, like, and are we supposed to be like, we have no idea what the fuck you're gonna bring? So it's like, is this X card going to be like a thing that like we're like fucking tap that X card button because we know the millisecond you start, there's gonna be some fucking issue somewhere. Like, what do you mean you're doing the graphic depiction of sex? No, no, man. Fuck, dude. That's a kid. No. X card. Like, I could see that, like, in that, like, but... Well, that was, like, the kind of the thing I did with Void Haunters, was like, hey, there's some heavy shit in this game sometimes. Have a discussion with your group beforehand of, like, what is acceptable, what isn't acceptable, and kind of go from there. Where, if you want to put in, like, lines and veils, or the X card or something, if you want to do that, cool, if you're kind of doing a pickup game of Void Haunters, but if you're actually, like, kind of talking with your friends about it, then maybe not. Like, it's always find it interesting, because I bring this up because Action 12 Cinema actually has, these as, like, things written on the character sheet, on the production sheet, lines and veils. Like, that's actually a thing in the character sheet, like, that's in the, like, wherever you go, you will see the lines and veils. I find that fascinating. Like, I find that really interesting. And some part of me is like, that's kind of weird. I will admit, I have never seen a game like TSL, though, where it actually rewards you mechanically for invoking the X card. I've yet to see that. Though, I would not be surprised if Varric makes a shitpost RPG. Yeah, like, I could see Varric making a shitpost RPG about, like, using the X card to, like, fuck over the allies or something. I could see that being kind of immediate. Or even like a new paranoia game where like, yeah, here's the X card, but if you hit the X card, friend computer will deliberately make your life harder. Like, please no, friend computer, what are you doing? I'm gonna hit the X card. You explode. You hit the X card in paranoia and your head explodes. Yeah, no, I'd be down for that. But you'll need to choose what genre movie you're playing. Yeah. One of the basic ideas is like you're supposed to do like an action X. So you roll a d12 on this table. I rolled a 9. We're playing an action superhero movie. We're playing a action western. We're playing a action adventure. You don't need to do this if you already know what you're playing, but you just want to generate something fast. This is kind of what you can do. Big Trouble in Little China, Romancing the Stone, Humanoids from the Deep, them. Yeah, you kind of see like time for Con Air. Hell yeah. If you're playing a game of Action 12 Cinema, there's no place for problematic tropes at the table. Even if you're the Western, like, here's the thing. If I was doing this, I would be running it in Satan War Snakeskin. I'd be running this in Satan War Snakeskin, and that would be a long-running joke that everybody has to fucking deal with. That the fucking director is being a dick, and he wants the one white guy to be a Native American, and everybody is gradually more uncomfortable with it. It's like, yeah, you have to be like this horrifying racist depiction of a Native American, but you as the actual actor are really uncomfortable with it, and that's like a thing throughout the entire series. You're like, I don't really fucking want to do this. Oh shit. Like, if you played up the, like, because the thing is, you're not playing up the fact that you're in an action movie like you're in, like, a Star or something. No, you are in an action movie as the character. Which is, yeah, like, my big thing would be, like, be stupid about it and play it like you are an action movie and there's, like, a fucking sleazy-ass director trying to make sure that everybody makes a lot of money. Don't give him ideas. But yeah, no, it would be just kind of like amping up the ridiculousness of it. That would be my thing. But that's what I wrote Satan War Snakeskin for, which was deliberately trying to make these movies or these shows as dumb as possible and having to deal with the fallout with the actor. Because like, picture this, you know, it's the fucking 60s, and you walk out there and you're like, you wave and everything, everyone likes you on the talk show, and it's like, well, do your signature Native American call there, you know, poncho, and you're just sitting there like, oh my fucking god, I have to do this, don't I? And you feel like a dick. You should feel like a monster for doing it. And that's the uncomfortable part, because you have to roleplay the character. That's interesting. This is... I harped on it a little bit. Doesn't really need to be, but it's like, make it like... Here's the thing, no one's gonna really give a fuck about this if you're playing it a certain way, unless you're playing it like, oh, we just want things to be wacky and cool. This is like, that's one of those things, like, it's really hard to, like, control. You know, what era, what's the big bad evil guy? Yes, the big bad evil guy is a fucking man, I love TV tropes, guys. I fucking love TV tropes. You have no idea. But yeah, let's roll. Let's roll on the table. What's our BBEG going to be, everybody? I rolled a 1 and I rolled a 4. Our big bad evil guy is going to be aliens. Wow. Cool, aliens. But like, there's actually like, the thing is, there's like a lot of different ones. I wouldn't break it down like this necessarily, but I would say like, oh, realistic, fantasy, horror. Like, I would kind of break it down more of like genre-wise, where it's like, hey, you really don't know what you want to do? Then roll odd like here, but it's like, this is the fantasy one. This is the natural one. This is the, you know, this is the like more modern ones, or like this is the, you know, sci-fi table. Because like on the modern ones, like you want to do Indiana Jones, it's like, You know, the bad guy, you know, the bad guys in the war. Hey, we're Indiana Jones. Who are we shooting? Nazis. Everyone's happy shooting Nazis, except Kanye, apparently. I can't believe Kanye's back. Like, oh, okay, cool, fine. Like, this is... Where I think that would fit a little bit easier, because like right now you can like roll and be like, oh well, I rolled this, and then it's like, oh okay, I rolled a mummy. Like, okay, we're in space though. Space mummy is like, okay. If you kind of do it like the idea of like breaking it up to be a little bit more thing, it's like, yeah, you want to do a more modern thing, you're just gonna roll on the modern table. But if you want to do something more fantasy, you can just roll on the fantasy table. Or if you just want to say fuck it and then roll on anything, you can just roll on anything. I think that would do things a little bit smoother. Because it's like, cool, there's a villain who's our big bad evil guy. We're in our fantasy story. It's a dragon. Cool, we're fighting a dragon. It's our action dragon fighting movie. Hey, we're in a action horror movie or whatever, and it's kind of like the idea of like, oh no, we have to fight a fucking cosmic horrors. Cool, that's neat. We like fighting cosmic horrors. Like, yeah, you can do things like that to make it a little bit more interesting, and it'd be like, yeah, you can fight aliens. Like, you can fight Nazis. Everybody likes shooting Nazis, guys. Like, everyone's okay with that. Except, again, if you're Kanye. Yeah, like, yeah, it's just like, oh, well, you're supposed to smooth out the corners, make some odd combinations work. Like, you could still have this section, but, like, my thing would be, like, maybe break down to more, like, genre? Who wrote the game? Movie plot table. Let's see. Same thing, like, what's the movie plot going to be about? I rolled a 3 and then a 6. It's create super soldiers. That's what we need to do. We're going to create a super soldier. Yeah, again, one of those things, like, you could probably do it like, this is the fantasy plot. This is the this is a fantasy plot. This is the modern plot. This is like a goofy plot, or this is a, serious plot. I would say probably like, this would be like, this is a serious plot. This is a goofy plot. This is a realistic plot. This is a fantasy plot. Which is like, yeah, this is a realistic plot. Terrorists have taken over the fucking Twin Towers and we need to stop them. Cool. Oh no, terrorists have there are some fucking snakes on this fucking plane. We gotta fucking kill the snakes because they're gonna kill us all. Cool. Neat. Everyone's happy with that. It's fantastic, but it's something simple. But it's less like, oh, I rolled flood the planet, so you gotta re-roll again. Like, that's my thing. You could probably break these down to a lot of different ones to like, how do you want it? This, but that's just my thing. That's my thinking. Yeah, you are supposed to actually lay out the entire fucking plot. I just did one for each. So technically it's supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's what it's supposed to be. You have all these different obstacles. And, yeah. Yeah, no, it's like, roll again on the fucking obstacle tables. Cool. That's fun. Pirates, 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 pirates. Time pirates. Ambush. Environmental. Solve a mystery. Where's the starting location? Well, we're starting at the isolated tropical resort, and where will it end? The cult compound. Those are the two locations. Yeah, I think they front load a lot of information on you. Like, here's everything, like what you need. Like, let me just go in graphic detail. It doesn't also help that it is like this, that it is very hard to read in this current version. There's no one. Time pirates. That was a Monty Python movie. Yeah, it was a... Well, it wasn't a Monty Python movie. What am I thinking of? Time Bandits. That's it. Yeah, you wanna go to Time Bandit? You wanna play a Time Bandits game? Yeah, let's fucking go. Apparently Time Pirates. Time Pirates is a movie, apparently, from 2022, from Tubi. Now I'm fascinated. Teen Bem SM6 is headlining their first grid. Team Band SM6 is headlining their first gig when they discover a half treasure map sends them back in time to Mystic Island. Go back home, they'll have to find the missing half of the map and the hidden treasure. PG, baby. This is fucking Kino. I'm seeing Kino. It's Kino clock, everybody. Let's fucking go. I love stupid movies like that. Yeah, you want to play Time Pirates? Yeah, go for it. We're Time Pirates now. Like, side characters kind of do the same thing, but side characters don't really have anything. This is like what a side character is supposed to be like. Oh, Tommy Hollander Kratchnit. Oh, he's a really cool dude. He does things. Obviously, the only extras I had was Jasty, our snarky businessman, Iro, who's just a Polish man, and Spoinglo, who's an Irish waiter. We don't talk about what Spoinglo does. He's just Spoinglo, the Irish waiter. Generally speaking, what I should have put in is, like, the villain, but you don't need to put in the villain. It even kind of outright says, like, you don't really need to. But, like, yeah, this is what it was. We got our main cast, of course, we have our main cast, Perky the Jazz Star, Varric the Eager Polish Drummer, and Johnny Elvis, Bloat Lord Guitar. Yeah. Pretty simple stuff, and, like, generally speaking, like, you need to bring them in. They do things to help you. And it's like, okay, if you have a relationship with somebody, you actually get a bonus die. So, technically, Perky has a relationship with Jaster. Anytime Jaster shows up and they're doing something related to what it is, they're going to get a +1. They're going to be at a +1. Anytime Varric is there, he's going to get a bonus to it. So, you have a bonus. There you go, relationships. Very simple. Yeah, it's very easy to make. You always want to make new ones, and you're always making more and more and more. And now we finally get to our fucking heroes. Our characters are broadly defined with paper-thin backstories and a penchant for saying exactly what they're feeling, so it's obvious. Saying it just makes it doubly obvious. Yeah, this is what a character actually looks like a vast majority of the time. Obviously, since we're in the absolute wrong movie, I decided to make Jimmy White, otherwise known as Perky, who's a smooth-talking jazz musician. He's all charm, zero brawn, and got a little bit of everything. And he's good when it comes to music and persuasion. He's not actually good at literally anything else. You may be wondering, wow, Notepad, that seems really light. We haven't even hit the system yet. And the answer is yes. If you've noticed, we've only rolled the fucking die when it's related to rolling on a table. It's great. I love it. It's so much fun. I love just rolling on tables. It's like, oh yeah, I'm getting fucking hot and bothered for tables already. Ooh boy. Fucking staple them tables to my ass. Yeah, like, action movie hero names: John Matrix, John Rambo, Dutch, Jericho Kane, Mason Storm, Gibson Rickenbacker, John Spartan, Chance Bordeaux, Snake Plissken, Lincoln Hawk, Johnny Rico, Marion Cobra Cabretti, Valentine McKeith, Derry Leather, James Bond. Yeah, like my thing would be also, comma, you forgot the comma. We can't forget about Ray Skywalker. Yes. Ray Skywalker, my favorite. You know. Yeah, like, there's also some like things that are like, yeah, maybe not John Matrix. Like we get what you're trying to make. Like we get, I get the joke. It's very funny, and I'm not really yeah. Basic description, got our basic attributes. Generally speaking, what's going to happen, the basic mechanic of this is entirely D12 based. You will always roll 1d12, and everything you do, you will always roll a d12. Pretty simple. Whatever your attribute is, you're going to add that many. So anytime I'm doing a charm check with Perky, he's going to add 2 d12s to his check. Pretty easy. Now, if I'm using charm plus persuasion, for example, I'm going to add, let me see, I have a d12 over here. I would add another 2. So I would be rolling 5d12s. I can actually roll a lot, but let's say, for example, I'm going to roll a Moxie check. I would only have 2d12. I'm making a Brawn check. 1. Yeah, you're not really going to have that many dice, generally speaking, unless you like go real hard on one thing. You know, but sometimes the narrative of the game and the mechanics may force you to roll with a suboptimal dice pool. The thing is, you're going to be the one always choosing what to roll. Nobody is like, okay, I need you to make me a strength check. No, it's like, I want to roll persuasion. Why do you want to roll persuasion? Because I have 2 persuasion. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Yeah, pretty simple. You know, you have our basic skill list. You're gonna fill out 2 of your like main skills. Like this is who you are. This is like your main skills. You're only gonna have 3, but you can fill these out during play. That's like a big thing. It's like filling things out. So it's like, yeah, Perky's good with music. He can persuade just about anybody. And like later on, he's like, yeah, of course he knows lock picking. Of course he's a good, he can, throw a punch because that's who he is. This is a one-shot game. You're not going to be advancing anything. It's a great question. His skills are literally anything you want them to. Which does lead to some problems where it's like, what kind of skills are you going to take in an action movie? Probably something actiony, not music. I chose music and persuasion because that's who Perky is. That's what I wanted to be. I wanted to make a completely non-action hero being in an action hero situation. And fun fact, the game does not appreciate your bullshit when it comes to that. Yeah, relationships, pretty standard stuff. Milk it for all it's worth. You're going to get dice from it. Yeah. You're going to get dice. You'll add dice, not based on which skill, if any, you're using, and if you're choosing to leverage a relationship. You just get to add a little bit of a dice. Cool, let's do this. Dice are good. Dice are fun. We like dice. Basic idea. This is where things start getting a little bit weird when it comes to like your heroic trait. So as a heroic trait, you're someone cooler. You are a hero, not a supporting character. You are cool. Some supporting characters too dumb to quit, or the strongest of them all. One of your characters you'll find a place around your heroic trait during the game. You can leverage your heroic trait up to 3 times to reroll a dice pool. If you fail, you can reroll your dice pool. But you can track that it's 3 times per game, mind you. You have to roll this 3 times, which I'm like, that's a little bit wonky. Like, because there's no distinct way in this particular one to actually say, like, okay, let me just mark it. Unless you, like, deliberately go in here and, like, with your pencil or something, mark off 3 times. Maybe add, like, little circles or something underneath it so, like, a player can, like, mark off, like, physically mark off. Because, like, there's a lot of white space on this particular one. Like, you could probably shrink some of these down. Because mind you, this is not a full, this is 8.5 by 11. Like you have a full 8, like this, you can get a full sheet, my brother in Christ. Like you have a full paper, I swear. Yeah, except for ones by using one instant heroic trait. Yeah, generally speaking, it's like you're brave, you're kind, you're selfless. I chose to be that I'm a one-man army. I'm just a one-man, Perky's just a unkillable machine because he's Perky. And Perky keeps making fun of me. Your Achilles heel, however, is something wrong with you. and that's bad. However, up 3 times per game as well, you can leverage your Achilles heel, you add 2d12 to your dice pool. We're going to take you over the size of 5. However, if you roll any 1s, can't re-roll them, and they count as 2 setbacks, which is really bad. Nobody likes that. Obviously, my Achilles heel is I'll just wing it. He doesn't really actually think about going through things, and he can more easily fuck it up. But that's his thing. His personal crises. Oh no, things that are going wrong, and you may voluntarily remove 1d12. This is one of those other weird ones. On your character sheet, you have a space to write out your character's personal crisis. There is no mechanical benefit to solving the crisis. And why do I feel like that? But you may voluntarily remove 1d12 from your dice pool before you roll. If that roll results in any success, you can check off 1 tick on your personal crisis. And if you do it 3 times, you do it. You solve your personal crises. I would maybe assign like a mechanical like weight to this, like solving your crisis. Like if you solve your crisis, you get like a +1 die moving forward. But make it a lot harder. Like you deliberately have to kind of like go out of your way. Like this is a separate obstacle you need to overcome. That's taking away from something else. Like you're trying to solve something, but not at the same time. Because like right now, also, if you notice things are off kilter, don't worry about that. If it's like, if it feels like this weird, like, oh yeah, just hurt yourself for no gain. Like I would say, like again, make it something a little bit different. We also have one-liners. If you make a funny one-liner, you write down the funny one-liner and everybody heals. Cool. That's it. You like tropes, right? Tropes are fun. I too like to browse TV tropes. It's so much fun. Cool. You can bring in tropes at any point to get bonuses. So for example, let's say our chase. These are the ones I rolled. And let's say, for example, being like, oh, well, we need to get out of this compound. You know, everyone's fucking getting murdered, and our band needs to, you know, fight our way out. We gotta do something. You could say like, well, I'm gonna try to, you know, we're on the top of this building. I'm gonna try to like get out the window, and I'm gonna try to like shimmy across to get out. Well, I'm going to add another one because it's a precarious ledge, in addition to my one body, in addition to, you know, blah, blah, blah. Then you get to roll it, then you get to calculate your successes or failures. You know, or if like, oh, well, somebody else is like, well, I'm going to bring, everyone is chasing, like, there's a dozen people chasing me, and I'm just running like hell, and I got to go as fast as physically possible. I'm throwing shit in the way. You know, it's like, I'm doing my best. 1, 2, 3, you're generating more. If you can bring in the tropes, cool. You can't, you can't. You can only bring in 1 trope per time. Yeah, you know, maximum of 5, you know, they're getting a bonus in D12 for that roll. So if you bring in more tropes, you're going to get more dice. However, you don't really want to kind of do it more than once, because you're not going to get bonuses. Again, it's an ablative resource. That's kind of like the idea, like foraging scene. Walking away from an explosion, cave mouth, universal driver's license. Cool, yeah, like I love. Let's actually, I'm gonna Google this. I'm gonna feel really sad. Indie escape. Yep, right there. Yep, yeah, you can see it. Tabletop role-playing game. Wow, cool. Cool, yeah, it's right there. Let's see some other ones we have. Instant knots. Oh no, oh no! Yep, right there. Let's see, Nitro Express. Right there. Human chess. Yeah. So if you ever want to just go to TV tropes, just hit TV tropes a few times and you'll eventually find something. Man, I love TV tropes. So much fun. And yes, there are 12 tables full of fucking tropes. It's like, oh god, alright, that's awesome. But yeah, we do our opening credits. The main thing what you're going to be doing, though, is you're going to be rolling all these dice, and you're going to be and then you're going to be narrating successes or failures. You don't want to violate the established fiction. That's fine. Don't take away another player's agency. Don't narrate successes toward an obstacle you didn't earn. Pretty simple. Not the most complicated thing in the world. So, the best way to kind of think about it, like, what was the section that kind of explained the best? Yeah. Also, you have a rising tension, final show. It's the 3-act fucking structure. So, the basic idea is everyone's going to have a turn. And if they're going to have a turn trying to get past the obstacle, once you get past the obstacle, you move into pretty much an intermission phase. That intermission phase allows you to heal, allow you to do some more role playing, and then you go back to do it the Act 2 to solve the next obstacle. Always choose that. Pretty much get everything you can, unless you have a maximum of 5, and then you can just kind of finagle it. Generally speaking, pretty easy. If you want to, can leverage a little relationship, no circumstances. 5, you use your Achilles heel. So, anytime you roll a 1, that's a setback. That's bad. You don't want setbacks. Setbacks fuck your day up. You don't want these. Damn. Then, you're going to look for 8s or higher. Anything that is above an 8 is a success. This is good. 12s are 2 successes. And they're also a resource. If you have more successes than failures, you've done good. If you have more setbacks than successes, you fucked up and everyone hates you. Pretty easy. You can always spend 12's little resource. They have their own little thing. The big idea is most obstacles come with 12 complication. That's kind of best way. That's the word they actually use. Kind of see like complication points. Every time you do a success, let's say I roll 3 successes, you're going to take away from that complication point. You're going to have now 9 complications. That's it. You've done an incremental success. However, if you roll 0 successes, let's say for example, on the next one, we have 9 complication points, and you get 0 successes, you're still going to have 9. Here's the thing. You're still going to have 9 left. 9 complication. However, what's going to happen now is that you're now going to have a villain scene. It's going to snap cut to the villain, and they're going to monologue, and they're going to do something, how they're working against you. If you critically fail, this is the big one. If you critically fail, let's say 9 complication points. 9 complication points, and you score -1 success, or pretty much any negative successes at all, you're going to actually increase the number of complication points you're going to actually deal with. Generally speaking, it's a lot harder to critically fail unless you're invoking your Achilles heel. If you're invoking that Achilles heel, you're going to be able to roll more, because only 1s counts as setbacks. You have a 1 in 12 chance of having a setback versus just not really having anything at all. With the average roll of a D12 being about 6.5, you're aiming at probably around 0. Those zeros are going to happen a lot more often than we think. But let's say, for example, I'm going to roll 4D12. Let's roll 4D12. I roll. I've got 2 successes, 3 successes. I've got 3 successes from a 12 and a 10. I would knock off 3 points. That's all I do. If I rolled a 1, for example, I would only have 2 successes. Really bad. Now, if you don't have the ability to do things, you may only be rolling 1, maybe 2 dice. And that's suddenly oh, I rolled a 11 and a 1, I have a 0, it's a villain scene again. Or, oh, I've rolled a fucking 6 and a 10, I got 1 success. The lower your dice pool drastically lowers your chance of even like getting past some of these. And this is where that 4 hours actually comes in. Yeah. You know, find the missing person. You need to try to find it. You know, like, oh no, key point of here is there's no way to sign to success other than the final one. If you actually do it, you stop the thing. You stop the ship from sinking. You stop the bomb from exploding. You turn off the weather machine. Did the thing. Then you immediately go into a reset scene. Everyone gets a little bit of healing. Everybody gets to talk about things. Villain cutscenes, and yes, that's what they're actually called, cutscenes, don't actually do anything. They just talk. And also, fun fact, my brother in Christ, remember to actually change it to the correct one. Yeah, if you do, you're going to actually increase it by 4 points. I thought it was 3. Yeah, you can increase it by 4 points. Or you can instead get a new complication, which is 6 complication points. Cool. This is awesome. This is so much fun. There is a chance if you roll poorly, like if you want to be like very correct, like there is a chance if you roll excessively poorly, there's going to be a chance where you're going to have a 12 complication, then you're going to have a 6 complication to worry about. That's 18 points. And if you just have bad luck, you might roll like someone might roll an incremental success of like 3 successes. If you roll a critical failure, you've now turned that into a -1 success. You've effectively mitigated their results. You just mitigated an entire action with nothing occurring because it doesn't do anything. That's why I say critical failures and all of those are the worst possible fucking results you can have, and you should always re-roll them if you get them at a bad time. If you get them early, you don't really need to worry about it too much. But if you get it, like, if you need to kind of wrap something up, it's like, fuck, dude, you're just not having a good time. Like, and they actually address this. I will say this. They do address that. That was fiction. But you notice as well, you can also, you can just, like, not... Because pretty much anytime you have a dice pool roll with a 1, you choose one of your attributes and stress it. Nothing happens. If it's broken, you have to heal it. So, for example, let's say, for example, I roll a 1. Something bad has happened. I'm trying to get the hell out of Dodge. And I've stressed my brawn. Somebody's winged me. I am actually a little bit injured. If I get hurt again, I can either break my brawn. I can't use it at all or get any benefit out of it. Or I can start stressing other things. You cannot die in this game. That is an impossibility in this action movie game. You cannot die unless you deliberately choose to die. That's a little bit weird. Like, yeah, not my favorite thing in the whole world, but that's kind of like you're deliberately going for a style, and I can't really fault anybody for that. Yeah, this is the idea of like one-liners. Pretty much being broken is a lot worse than being stressed. It's okay to stress things as long as you can justify it. Now, if you do get a 12, you can actually spend 12s to allow themselves or other healers a heal. Yeah, so you can get, if you roll high enough, you can actually heal through the power of 12s. It's like, cool. So it's like, here's multiple healing. It's like, cool. You might roll multiple successes and be able to actually like recover a little bit, which is very important. You know, breaking obstacles into parts. You want to kind of break things down a little bit sometimes, and you want cutscenes, and you want to give a short diatribe, what's going on, and you're trying to deal with a fire, and you're fighting a fire extinguisher. Standard stuff. There is a little bit of like mechanics here. You get things like, oh, if you roll 12s, you can bank successes. Cool. That's neat. You can give someone a heroic high five and give people extra. Neat. You know, the only option on a 12 for a heroic high five is to roll another d12 and have that result, which could be a 12. Cool, you can get momentum. All right. Then it's like push to your limits. You will go unconscious if you do this, but you will always turn a 1 into a 12. You've worked yourself into unconscious. Oh, damn. That's bad. Oh, no. Keep in mind that no matter the method, the hero goes unconscious, the merchandise works the same, and they will still stay unconscious until the end of the current act. You do this too early, you just don't get to play. Sorry. You can also die for a bonus D12. Oh, no! However, if you, like, yeah, you also can just die. Everybody gets a D12, but you die at the end of it. That's the only way to die. Yep. Achilles heel, kind of like how that kind of works. Action hero one-liners. 12s, you can do a bunch of things with them. Yeah, a lot of, like, you can adjust the difficulties on things to make things a little bit easier. Like the corner cases of, oh, you've absolutely ripped and rolled through. Or, this is taking forever. You can just take forever to do things. Yeah. When you have to have a fucking rule, which is like, yeah, no, sorry, we made it so there's a chance that, like, this will take for hours to do anything. Maybe have a fucking out that is an actual mechanic. Like, in this, like, in my head, what would be, like, after a certain number of rounds, if you haven't succeeded, you enter, like, do or die mode. And if you do or die mode, it's like you're going to become stressed regardless of what, if every round you're going to get more stressed. There's a chance you're just going to, like, just get broken and fucking mangled. But after that, or even you can say, hey, do or die mode, you hit the end, you all have to stress or break parts equal to the number of successes you need to actually get through. You've hit, like, the last moment and you come out far worse for it. That could be interesting. Everyone kind of, like, at the very end, like, we did it. Everyone falls and like everyone's, like, half dead. And I think that would be better than just like, let's kind of agree to just stop doing that. Mechanics. Have the option, you have the things, put a timer on them. This would be a good place for a clock, ironically enough. Fucking clocks would do well here, because they would be like, here's the timer, we gotta keep breaking the timer, we gotta keep going, we gotta break it down, we gotta go faster, we gotta go faster. But again, it's like, hey, you've hit the end of the time limit, the director's like, okay, let's fucking wrap it up, writers. It's like, okay, and they burn out. Like, they have to go 110%, and you might break a bunch of parts. You might be at worse for wear if you just don't roll very well. And that's kind of that should be an issue. That should be something to mitigate rather than just like, oh, well, we've done it too well, we're just taking, we just have to agree to skip. If things are going really fast, arguably, you could probably say, put in a new complication. If they solve it within, like, 3 rounds, there's a new complication putting in. Or the next act, they have a bigger complication to worry about. Oh no, it's a major complication. Or, like, there's a secondary complication, kind of like, again, slow things down a little bit. You want to keep a good beat to this kind of game. Yeah, like, here's some, like, literally just go to TV tropes. Language of film, character archetypes. Oh boy, you want to go to fucking, like, and just literally just movies. Like, yeah. So, generally speaking, Action 12 cinema. Not my game. Here's the thing. This is not my game. I'm saying this is not my game because I usually don't like GM-less games. Those aren't my normal, thing that I enjoy. This might be somebody's game. This might be somebody's like, hell yeah, this is it. I really like GM-less games. I really like the idea behind it. Cool. I think someone's going to enjoy it. Like, here's the thing. Somebody is going to enjoy this, especially if they want to do improv stuff. If they're doing improv stuff, I could see people really enjoying this game. My big thing would be work it into the work it into the mechanics of things are going too fast, going too slow. Slow things down, increase things up. Fine, it's okay. put that in. You have to rely on the other players, because the other players, everybody in that table, GM, everyone's going to decide if they don't want to do something anymore. You don't need to tell them that. You need to give them an option, be like, hey, you can decide to not do something, or here's the system. Things are taking forever, enter do or die mode. You know, everyone gets one last pass, and then everyone has to stress a bunch of parts. Oh wow, that's a lot more painful. This really is hurtful. This is hurting me now. Hey, things are tailing really fast. Oh well, if you solve the crisis too fast, you now need to do like a double scene where like you have to do like a minor complication, like a side quest or something. Because if you don't do the side quest, the movie isn't going to be long enough and we're not going to make our money back, kind of thing. Then I would say with like character sheet wise, put like dots or something here just to have people understand like this was like a resource. Like that would be like my big thing. Organizing the tables to be a little bit better would be nicer as well. To kind of break it down more about what the kind of movie you want to play is. Hey, this is a 1980s, you know, action thriller movie about a cult taking over a remote tropical paradise trying to summon a cosmic horror beyond the veil of reality. Cool. That's fun. That's a fun idea. You know, it's like, yeah, we're a shitty jazz band and we're like completely unprepared for this shit. We gotta fight against this stupid cult. Neat. It's silly. It's silly. It's weird. It's wacky. It's all these different things. Cool. Moving into that, like, then put it as that table. Like, this is the modern table. If I want to roll on the fantasy table, we will roll on the fucking fantasy table. Because we want to do that. That's fine. But, you know, genre base might be a little bit more helpful. Also, just really fucking spilled. Always keep a rag nearby. But, yeah. Is this like a fucking masterpiece? Like, oh, I would need to see what the artwork looks like. If they keep the same style of like artwork up here and like really kind of like take time to explain some of the ideas, I think it could probably do well among some people. The fact that it's the GM-less game is gonna really turn some people off though. I'm gonna say that right now. It's like, you are a GM-less RPG, therefore, it's like, eh. We've lost Wuso, everybody. He's going over Apocalypse Keys. Finally, we've done it. Yeah, that's my thing on Action 12 Cinema. If you like this kind of game, you're gonna like it a lot. If you aren't really in it, maybe not. So we're gonna do our final game. This one's a little bit weird. Weird in a good way, though. Welcome to The Calling. I opened this game up. I got this game actually a while ago. I got this before I went on my UK trip. And it was like 2 days. Like, Ohad, I'm so fucking sorry. You gave me this game like 2 days before I went on my UK trip. And I opened it back up and I saw this and I'm like, holy fuck, it's Kino. Oh my fucking god, this is the greatest fucking thing I've ever seen. Like, I just saw this. This is a single image. This image radiates power. And I'm like, hot diggity damn. I'm in. Like, okay. Because when you see The Calling, sci-fi western role-playing game, and then the fucking cover has Conan the Barbarian with a laser gun, fucking cyber T-Rex shooting a, like, fucking Tesla cannon out of its mouth. I'm like, I feel like we're not getting the whole story here. And trust me, you are not. This is by a guy named Ohad Reiter, which I doubted was a real name. But here's the thing with like this is Ohad Reiter, which Ohad is a name. I'm not insane. It is an actual name. This is Ohad. Hello, Ohad, and your silly cat. But he has 39 fucking tweets. It's all about The Calling or movies and shit about Andor. I need to watch Andor. Yeah, this is 440 fucking pages long. It's $20 as a PDF, $30 soft cover black and white, which I would get the black and white, honestly, I would. Because I think that's a really good, like, I'm like, what the fucking, like, Zam, dude. You want to get the starter set? Like, I don't know why, like, what are people shitting on this game for? Like, what are people giving this rating? Like, 2-1? Like, I like this game, actually. I like this game a lot. As I said before, I may somebody gave you a review copy of that game. For 12AC, for A12C, I am 2. Because the thing is, that list does not actually, the list that I'm on does not actually state what I do. And I have a strange feeling it was just an email list to a bunch of different people. They probably don't know that I am a raging internet schizophrenic. And I have 0 morals. I don't think they quite understand that. And they're less like, oh, well, you do the funny reviews. I'm like, yeah, I'm also a internet schizophrenic and you are in danger. I am in your house. But this is Ohad. Ohad kind of just sent me it. There's no exchange or anything. And it's great. This actually came out only in August. I don't believe, let's see, was there a Kickstarter? The Calling Kickstarter, TTR. Like, Ohad Reiter. Let's do Ohad Reiter. Ohad Reiter. Yeah, he has his website, The Calling TRPG. Like, I couldn't find like a... Yeah, I couldn't really find a actual like Kickstarter or anything for this game. So like part of me is like, did he just do this on his fucking own? Let's actually check. I'm gonna do a quick check. I mean, it would be at the back of the book. Like, all I've been able to see is like this has just been one guy's like passion project. I haven't seen any Kickstarter things. Let's see, does he even mention Kickstarter? Indiegogo. No, I don't think this was actually crowdfunded at all. Which bamboozles me more than anything. And it makes a lot more sense that I think about that. Yeah, this is the website. Ohad's got nothing on him. I could not find jack shit on this guy. The only thing that comes up is about The Calling and RPG Academy, hence why I thought it was kind of funny. Like, there's really nothing on this guy except talking about The Calling. I don't know anything else really about the guy. He's one of those like very bizarre enigmas because he only like he's from Israel, I guess. Cool, he's from Israel. Israeli gaming. I don't know. I was genuinely like, he has nothing here. Like, he's part of me thinks like he scraped a lot of his. Yeah, I think he scraped a lot of things. Cause he doesn't actually like there's nothing much really here. Like he like retweets stuff about his game. Like, or he just talks about like D&D and stuff. Like, yeah, replying to Total Biscuit. Like, wow. Or replying to Jesse Cox. Wow, yeah, no, I'm like, I don't know who the fuck this dude is. Why do Israelis make good games like Cepheus? No, Cepheus is based off Traveler, which Traveler was made in the UK. It was probably done by a guy in Israel to make it generic, but if that's the best way to think about it, it would be like, say, like, oh, like, fucking, you know, the Japanese made cars, like, the Japanese made cars because they took, you know, they made the Mitsubishi. It's like, yeah, but no. Yeah, there's nothing really on Mr. Ohad, which is fascinating in its own right, because I do enjoy this game quite a bit, actually. It's a simple game. You may be seeing down here, it is 445 fucking pages. I bring that up because it's a very big book, and I think a lot of people are going to look at this and be like, what the fuck? Oh shit. This is a big fucking book. It's not really big, but I'm going to give you the brief rundown of the lore. You ready for note lore, everybody? In the future, the apocalypse happened, otherwise known as we caused the apocalypse, like 3 times. Things went really bad for a while, but then from space came star gods. Literal gods came from the outer rim, effectively, of space, and came down and effectively guided us into not erasing humanity from existence. A lot of things happened. A lot of things went wrong. A lot of things went right. Eventually, star gods decided that maybe they should, you know, hold back a little bit, mostly after they started killing one another. So the star gods pulled back and made themselves more into symbols. They are these larger-than-life individuals. They are gods, generally speaking. They are gods in every definition of the phrase, and they manage the flock. This has led to a kind of bizarre mishmash of Surrender to Oblivion. Yes, kind of led to a bizarre mishmash of nothing. It just makes me sad. That's all Surrender to Oblivion. It's to fix the economy. The economy is in shambles, like you don't understand. This led to a kind of a weird merging of cultures of like, oh, you've got the really Asian influences. It's a Western. Because the one thing that threw me for a fucking loop in this setting, more than anything, the thing that really flummoxed my brain, that made it so I genuinely didn't like, I was like, what the fuck are you on about? The space age came to an end 300 years ago when Armageddon engulfed Earth and the HoloNet shattered and nearly all human knowledge was lost. No more space travel, cloning, or robot servants. The wonder that holophones still work. Everything we know we pieced together from good old movies of the 20th and 21st centuries. They're so old that they had copies outside of the HoloNet. Architecture, blacksmithing, martial art, the rule of law. We had to learn it all from watching films. We might have gotten some history wrong. Who knows? Yeah, it's the Wild East. We think we're in Asia. We're not quite sure. Doesn't really matter. The bizarre aspect of this setting is that the entirety of the setting is based on the fact that we've pieced together human history of watching movies. The Canticle for Leibowitz. You joke about Canticle for Leibowitz. Yes. That's the entire thing. Because you also want to know who really liked movies? Yeah, remember who also really enjoyed movies? Gods. The star gods loved movies. Because that's how they understood humanity. Literally, picture this. You're sitting around being like, okay guys, like, let's fucking turn on Avengers Endgame. Like, and you're sitting there being like, holy shit, this is what the past was like. Like, this is just what it fucking is. Or you fucking turn on, God, what would be another good movie? Die Hard. You turn on fucking Die Hard. You're seeing Bruce Willis go through things, and you're just having like this fucking dragon watching it with a bunch of people being like, holy shit, this happened. This was real. Real shit going on. Being like, that looks like a gun. We've never seen one of them before, but holy shit. It's badass. And then you have a literal god entity being like, I want to be Bruce Willis when I grow up. All right, cool. It's like, how do you build society around like watching samurai movies? And then like, Demolition Man is not only not only cited, but frequently cited. It's like, you look at it, you're like, okay, the setting is fucking weird, and I kind of like it. But one of the big ideas is the town monastery. Because what happened when the Star Gods kind of realized, like, man, we are fucking things up because we start fighting each other, and that's really bad. What happened was they pulled back, and these mob bosses moved in. The mob bosses, who are like, whose titles are like Dawn, live in pagodas. And they're pretty much like feudal lords, and they're the ones who, obviously rule over the samurai, cowboy samurai, or katana cowboys, because that's a term in this game, katana cowboys, and it's the coolest fucking thing in the world. It's like, yeah, they're the ones who rule over that. You're effectively a mob boss who took over control of a town, of these little western towns, except instead of being like, Uncle Pennybags who lives in the giant fuck off mansion, you live in the fucking pagoda with your kimono. It's just like, we gotta meet Don John, and you'll fucking walk into Don Juan's house, and he's got like 2 fucking geisha and sucking on a fucking pipe, and be like, hey, what's up? It's me and my kimono, bro. I'm like, holy shit, this is amazing. If you want like a pretty accurate like they have the 3 shells. If you want a pretty accurate interpretation of this, this is let me see. This is a Nicolas Cage movie. This is Prisoner of Ghostland. It's not a good movie, but it's a fun movie. It's a very weird one. This one, it's kind of like this. It kind of does its own thing. Of like, yeah, there are like, you're just a like. You have like this distinct set, like, oh, it's very Asian, but it's also like this full-on like gunfight going on, and like he has a katana. Of course, it also reminded me a lot, and I would be very surprised that if there wasn't a little bit of influence of Into the Badlands. I fucking love Into the Badlands. I fucking loved this show. Season 4 was kind of bad though. Like, this was I fucking adored this show. And when I kind of started seeing some of the aspects of like that idea, I'm like, oh my god, yes, yes, yes. I've been wanting to make an Into the Badlands game forever, and I have actually been like, I've actually been like debating pretty heavily of like trying to contact the guys, being like, let me do this. Let me make the Into the Badlands game, because I fucking adore this show. It's so dumb, but it's dumb, but oh god, I love it. Can we run Priest with this? You can. We'll get to that, yet still not happening. It's one of those things, like, it's not like an obscure show, but it's like one of those shows that like, no one gives a shit about it except me at this point. That's the problem. But yeah, one of the things is you have the monastery. The monastery and the faith is outside of it, because you are playing disciples or the chosen of the Star God. Yes, you are those chosen by the Star God to bring upon salvation. You are effectively emissaries of a god to be superheroes. You're cooler, you're bigger. There's one catch though. This is a very big catch. The game ends at page 160, about 165 is when the game ends. You see this section? Creating a star god. This game also borrows something from Ryutama of all things. The GM is actually going to be playing a character, which is the idea of you're playing the star god, and you have your own powers and abilities, and you can influence things. That's a weird system. Yeah, it's a Mob Lords gain the power, the Dons, Katana Cowboys. Everything is literally built on movies. If you think of what a movie is like, it's probably in here. You know, barroom brawls, like it's Tech Rush. There's miners, there's holophones. Like, it's a very bizarre like set of ideas in this game, and I really like it. Like going over the lore by itself, I'm like, I got Rifts vibes from it too. I would not be surprised if this guy played a little bit of Rifts, or at least read the books. Yeah, it's like adventurers are always chosen by one star god or another, and they're rather a rare sight. Because one of the issues is star gods don't much actually care for each other. So they might like these would be like your heroes. If you're seeing someone who looks a little familiar, yep, it's happening. Yes, it is entirely possible to LARP as Blade in this game. It's not only possible, it's encouraged to LARP as Blade. Yeah, so it's like, all right, I'm in. Like, what's the game like? All right, it's 2d6. Yeah, it's 2d6. It's 2d6 versus a target number. Not exactly like the most exciting thing. It's kind of explained a little bit weird. I wish it was a little bit more clearly defined. Yeah, so it's pretty much the base rule. What you're going to be doing is you're going to take 2d6, add your attributes, and that's that. That's what you do. I rolled a 4 and a 6. Let's say I'm making a muscle check. I would get a 13. That's what I would do. I would have hit. So it's like, okay, cool. 2d6 plus insight. 2d6 plus this. 2d6 plus this. Do this versus this. Everyone be cool. Don't despair. You'll fail an important role. Without failures, your successes won't taste as sweet. Skills are what you do. Masteries and conditions. Yeah, kicks in when, available when, mastery type, special attack, momentum. Everyone's going to have these masteries, which are pretty much like your special powers. And you can kind of say, like, you're expected to have actually quite a few of these. You're not going to get these all right away. You're only going to start with 3, and they're pretty standard what you're going to be getting. Now, obviously, I needed a man who would be able to do this, hence why we brought in Iro Pulaski, or Uncle, who is a Kung Fu nun, which is very specific in how it's actually worded, because anyone can be a nun, remember that. And I did my best to create Uncle Iro. Yeah, dealing how, this is a part of the thing, which is your favorite movie, and your favorite pop song. Larger man, thick beard, tries to look older than he really is. And here there are his basic prayers. You get all his basic weapons. I chose to make him just Kung Fu Man. He just punches people. That's all he does. Now, the thing is, you have to choose your dojo, pretty much how you choose to fight. Choose your calling, what's your background, and then you have to write down your role. So technically, you could be a armored paladin. You could be a battle exorcist. You can be a cyborg Viking. You could be a kung fu witch. You can be a robot exorcist. You can want to be a katana cowboy. You can. You want to be a katana paladin? Go for it. Cyborg prophet? Go for it. Robot prophet? Fuck it. You can do it. Battle shaman? Go for it. There's actually quite a bit here, but they're not as extensive as what you would kind of think, and some very much fall into like you're going to have like one stat, and that's going to be the stat you're going to be kind of focused down into. Judge Dredd, most likely you would be playing either a battle paladin or armored paladin, depending on your particular. It's kind of depends. If you want to go for more of like Judge Dredd as an armored death machine, you want to go with either battle Viking or armored Viking. If you want to do like he is the law, you do armored paladin but battle paladin. If you want to go kind of more weirdly interpretive with the gun, you go with like laser variation. Write down your roll, fill in your core masteries. You're always going to get 2 masteries right off the bat. You kind of see here, Laser Viking, 0. And I was actually a little like because like some of these fuckers hit like a fucking truck. But generally speaking, one weird thing is you only will have your stat here actually determines what your bonus is. So for example, let's say I'm making a nature check. What I would do is I roll 2d6 plus insight plus nature. And I would roll pretty high. You know, I would do pretty good. Generally speaking, you're going to be getting a lot of these things. Now, playing a Laser Viking means, oh hey, you get all of these things. You get a +5 here, you get a +5 here. Cuckoo ka-choo-choo. Yeah, generally, Uncle Iroh here is not actually the strongest man in the world. He doesn't need to be very strong. Mostly because he hits like a fucking truck when he feels like it. He actually does quite a bit of damage. With just his fist, he will do more damage than this woman with a katana. Yeah, 6, 7 damage is quite a bit of damage, actually. You aren't going to really have many traits, because you get a 5-4-3-3-2. Yeah, you can edit them around slightly. I went with, like, the most average. Like, if you want to average yourself out, you're going to get with about a 4-4-3-3-3. Like, 2 is, like, not... 2 is terrible. You don't want a 2 in just about anything. I went with a very average spread. You can get yourself above 6, but you're really crippling yourself in other places, so you don't really want to do that. Because you're not leveling up consistently. Okay. Yeah, no, so some should be about 17. Choose rank 1 calling mastery. Oh wow, look at all our masteries. We got a free skill. You also get skills equal to whatever your insight is. My insight is 4, so I ended up choosing 4 skills. Obviously, I'm trying to be a convincing person because I want to be Uncle Iroh. Observing, I want to have nature. The big thing when you're determining your skills is what it is. If you have a skill, you add the full value. If you don't have a skill, you just add half the value, effectively -2 of the value. So it's like I have a charm of 4, I have convince, so I get 4. I don't have perform, so I only get a +2. Here, with my attack, I get a plus full 3 because these are always checked. Attack and dodge you are always actually skilled in, and you will always have your full value in. Race is very good. Race is a very powerful thing, and that you should really invest in Grace for a lot of things. Because it's going to allow you just to do a little bit more than everything else. That's kind of the nature of it. We also get frames. I wonder if they're going to talk about fucking money. Yeah, we're going to talk about money. That's great. But yeah, you don't actually get many hit points. You get 10 plus whatever your muscles, and you're only going to have like maybe 5. Your health is really going to be between 12 and 15. And some of these enemies can do like 11 damage per hit. Yeah, it's terrifying if you don't have armor. Like, you will fucking die. Like, ow. Like, you are very fragile in this game, but you also hit like a fucking freight train if you want to. It's a back and forth. No rigid penalty. You do take a penalty based on if you're wearing heavier armor. Basic defensive rules, parry value. Yeah, pretty simple to make a character. It doesn't take too long to make a character. The one issue is that here's all the things to make a character, but to actually make a character, you got to go all the way down here and then start double checking things. So it's a lot of going back and forth, back and forth. That's not too bad if you kind of already know what you want to do, like oh, this is what you want to do. You kind of see here, pretty simple stuff. Fill in the rest of your character sheet. Pretty easy. Yeah, not yours, though you can share their taste. Write them down with right inside of resolve traits. Pop isn't a genre, it simply means popular, so pick a song your friends are likely to know. Technically, Iroh liked, I wouldn't play it. But, yeah. Lastly, choose your character's starting attitude toward your star god. Write down your decision down in character opinion of the star god might change during play. Bringer of ruin. Buddy. Meddler. Unknown. Unnecessary evil. Yeah, when you advance, the thing is, you increase your rank whenever you complete a quest. And these quests are tied to your calling, hence the name, The Calling. I do not like this advancement system. I really don't. I don't like this advancement system because some of these are actually pretty grandiose quests. Yeah, like hunt a mighty beast at like rank 1, it's like you're hunting a bear. Well, at rank 9, you might be hunting a dragon. Like, some of these are pretty grandiose and some of them aren't. So it's like the basic idea is right here. When you're first level, you get all your basics. But then it's like, okay, level 2, you increase one of your traits by 1, you get a dojo master. Increase this. Do a calling mastery. Dojo, calling, dojo. Then you start hitting ascension. You start hitting your ascension perks, and then you start doing this. Like, you need to complete this event to level up. So if you have a character that's kind of getting more readily available ones, you're going to level up faster than anybody else, which is a little bit like, not my part. If I were to say, like, there's a major issue with this game, it would be that. I just don't much care for it, because that's not how I play these games. Prayers, very powerful prayers. Yeah, these are what, like, the basic dojos would be like. Pseudo armor is bulky, restricting, and it will save your life. You spent years honing your battle skills, taste in armor. You know how to compensate for the rich joints, the heavy load. By mastering the art of defense, you're free to choose what to push the offense. Do not throw caution to the wind, choose armor. Yeah, deal less damage than it. Yeah, no other dojo offers defense. You always are going to need core mastery, which, again, this is what I mean, like, you kind of need to have your, like, your stats are really going to determine, like, where you are. Like, yeah, affects if your muscle is 4 or higher. If you just don't have 4 or higher muscle, don't pick armored. You will receive no benefit from this. You know, like, if you play 6 muscle, you also read +2 bonus on athleticism dodge rolls while wearing full plate. Yeah, like, yeah, warfare, yeah, some basic warfare training, shining armor. Like, a lot of these do give you something to kind of, like, play around with a little. You're not going to get, like, a lot of these, by the way, because, again, you get this once. So when you hit rank 2, you get 1 of these. When you hit rank 4, you get 1 of these. Until you start hitting, like, the higher tier ones, then you can start kind of going back and grabbing them. So there's a little bit of pre-planning, which people like. Yeah. Yeah, like, it may seem like, wow, there's so many options here. Wow, there really isn't. But I kind of like that. It's kind of like a nice little thing here. It's fast, if that makes sense. That sounds kind of silly to say, but, like, it's a nice beat to it. Like, you always know what you're going to get. You can kind of plan ahead. It's like, yeah, beast bond, let's see, cyborg. You just be a cyborg. You know, commanding bionic limbs from better than flesh requires exceptional discipline. Yeah, cool. You can become bionic. If you wanted to become a bionic Viking, you totally fucking could. Ghost in the Shell, Drive, 1997, Universal Soldier, Captain America, the Winter Soldier. Again, if you want to LARP as Bucky, you can not only LARP as Bucky from popular movie Captain America Winter Soldier, but it would be canon that you're LARPing as Bucky. That's the best part. Oh yeah, time to LARP is kill, the fucking, the kiddo from Kill Bill. Go for it. You want to do Katana Dojo? This is what it means, like, oh, affects, you only if your grace is 6. So that's like, oh man, I really want to increase my grace then until you hit rank 2. If this was like, oh, if your grace is 5, then I could see it. But it's like, yeah, that's like the one thing about this game I do notice a lot. It's like, hey, like, here's some requirements that you may not be able to use right now unless you wait for it or cripple yourself a little bit. And that's like, I'm not a huge fan of it. That's like the one thing I'm like, mid. Like, I would probably, like, what I would do is move the replace these two around, which is like, yeah, you can do like, oh, you can get a shit ton of bonus initiative because you are a katana man. And like, yeah, that's like the idea, like quick draw, you know, Yachu and quick draw rather than just Kenjutsu or something. That'd be like my thing. Like, it makes thematic sense, but yeah, available while you wield the katana. You're able to parry laser, mega laser, or lightning cannon attacks, even from range. Yeah, you can parry guns now because that's who you are. You know, Kung Fu. I chose to do Kung Fu with Iroh. You can kind of see he's a Kung Fu. You haven't meet traits demands. As practitioners are trained in various martial arts style. Chi flows through me. Your unarmed attack deals +2+ muscle damage or 3+ insight damage. And you get to use a bunch of things. Uncle Iroh wants to run up to you and be like, oh, you don't want to fight me? Like, why don't I want to fight you? Disarm you, hamper you, and then punch you in the face. That's all he wants to do. Again, if you want to LARP as Bruce Lee or Jackie Chan, you can. Don't worry, everybody. We can play Jackie Chan in this game. There's no other reason to not. That's the beautiful thing. Do you want to play Jackie Chan? Yeah. Laser is interesting because you just get a gun. Yeah. Like, you get a gun with this. This is the only one that really gives you a weapon to shoot people with. Like, because laser weapons are incredibly valuable. You don't get them. You can also just be a robot. Like, you are just a robot with this one. Again, Kino. It's just Kino. The artwork also has a lot of soul to it. I will say that. I like the artwork. I like all this. These are the ideas of the calling. I'm going to go down to the nun calling just to kind of give everybody kind of like an idea. Because, like, hey, you want to play Exorcist? Like, you want to play a cowboy? It's the assassin and cowboy. This is the way they kind of approach things. And yes, she is wearing tactical booty shorts. Do not question it. And yes, that is Ezio from Popular. Yeah, it's like, okay. You know, you're a cowboy. You're pretty much a cop. You're pretty much a sheriff because that's what cowboys are, right? If you want to play priest, you're playing an exorcist. Yeah, and this is what I mean. Like, you get like, oh, prayers. You get on the hunt. You're looking for revenant activity. Dun, dun, dun. Oh no. Yeah. As you can tell, that's the Revenant. You're playing Blade. If you want to LARP as Blade, you totally can play Blade, and it's amazing. And I do like how just completely shameless they are of just being like, you're just playing Blade. That's all you. What I need to be Ryan. Playing Ryan Gosling from 2011. From Drive 2011. Also, you can play pretty much the child of a god if you want to. If you want to play this like accurately, you could probably go down the idea of paladin and be more like an unethical paladin if you want to go down that route. Yeah, playing Drive 2011 or Viking. Viking is also another very... Like, if you just play like a fucking Viking, you can go for it because you are just a one-man killing machine. So, the basic idea of, like, the nun, for example, terrible rage boils in your blood. Fighting defensively and de-escalating conflict. Isn't gender restricted. If you really prefer a mundane-sounding role, you may call yourself a monk instead. Nuns favor the insight. This is what you have to do when you choose a quest. So it's like, retrieve a rare cure for a sick person. Save a beast's life at great cost. Avenge a Mother Superior's death. Quiet your rage while facing a hated villain. Yeah, this is the idea of, like, you have to complete one of these quests. I'm not a huge fan of this system at all. I am not. I don't like this system because it's, like, kind of restrictive of, like, what you have to do. But yeah, you're always going to get the Vows Mastery and then a skill. Vows get you +2 on all your resist rolls, which, I think is cool because technically I have a 5 as long as I am, like, trying to be a good person. And things like resist... My requirements I gave myself was always remain humble and always try to avoid senseless killing. Those were my 2 things. As Uncle Iroh, I don't wanna hurt anybody. That's not the point. Empty your mind. Kicks in before initiative. So hey. I chose calm words because I wanted to, that's who Uncle Iroh is. Emptying your mind could also be the right one. You choose initiative result of 1 instead of rolling it. Get a bonus to all your future ones. Pays her debts. Oh, equilibrium. Yes, equal fucking librium. Enlightenment. Enlightenment broken. Yeah, enlightenment's broken. That shouldn't be in there. Let's see. Pick a mastery of Charm 3 or more from Assassin, Cowboy, Godchild, Paladin, or Viking God. Use its text for Enlightenment mastery. Yeah, that's maybe not the best. But this reminds me of Rift's art thing. Limit break. Limit break's dumb. You're like, yeah, if your next attack hits this combat, deal 15 more damage. Like, yeah, it's like, oh, I'm horrifying. You are just a terrifying paladin. The sample prophet, I do enjoy the fact that sample prophet's just Shaggy with a guitar, with Conan with his tiger friend. Yeah, if you want to, what do they use as the example movies? The Wolf of Wall Street, Donnie Darko, Jodar. Yeah, Shaman, the Beastmaster, The Gift, Princess Mononoke, Viking, the Hammer of the God, Logan, Conan the Barbarian, 300. Yeah. Into the Fray, the Intimidate skill. You get a lot of stuff with your calling. It's kind of like one of your important things that you get. Again, Kino. Like, it's hard to, like, underestimate how fucking cool this is. Because I am, in fact, a 12-year-old boy. Which is important. Which is very important to this. Yeah. Ascension is weird. I don't know why this is here. Because when you hit rank 7, you're given an opportunity to become a supernatural being. So it's like, okay, you can either choose to be like, oh, I'm going to be still immortal. Use text for the mortal mastery from any calling and use it, like, cool, mortal. But if you embrace Ascension, you get light as a feather, but you also get all of these. It's like, oh, well, you can become iron and do a bunch of damage. Oh, you become celestial. You become seraphic. Or undying. You don't need to eat, drink, sleep to your moon diseases. Twin. You can, like, split your consciousness at hat. Like, it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, like, that's one of those things, like, why wouldn't you? You doing Shaggy Ultra Instinct? Yeah, technically you can just play Shaggy. The best part is, this is the thing, this would be the canon thing. Like, picture this Shaggy, like, going Ultra Instinct. Like, movie Shaggy. I wonder if I type in Ultra Instinct. Like, if you want, like, yeah, go for it. You want to be, like, Ultra Instinct Shaggy and just go nuts. Do so. There's nothing... Yeah. Just be dumb and just go 110%. Like, that's just what you... Fucking Shaggy Ultra Instinct will always be the stupidest, most amusing fucking meme in the world, and I love it. But yeah, you can totally just become Shaggy Ultra Instinct. That's just what happens. It's weird that this is a system inside of the game, and you don't get more for rejecting Ascension. I wish if there was like an idea of like, oh, you reject Ascension, You're still mortal, and because you're mortal, you get like an extra like mastery every round. Like you know, every level you get an extra mastery from anything because you're fucking mortal. But you don't come back to fucking life. Like you're not unkillable any, you know. Or hey, you know, you aren't like, you just don't do any damage. Like people just don't take damage from you anymore. Like you just deal an insane amount of damage. It's no, I'm just mortal. I'm better. Like I'm built different. I don't think you understand. Yeah, that's like the one thing. Like skills, pretty standard. Like making skill roll 2d6 plus trait. And you know, skill you don't possess. When you roll a skill you don't possess, 2d6 plus trait -2. Oh no, I need to make an attack check. What do I roll? 2d6 plus 3. I rolled a 7 plus 3. I rolled a 10. Oh no, I need to make a nature check. I rolled a 7. I rolled 11. I need to make a beast taming check. I would only roll, since I only rolled a 6, I only get a 7 because I don't have that skill. Not exactly the most complicated system in the world. Doesn't need to be complicated, and it's fine because like, oh, the like basic roll is 10, and a 12 is an Olympic routine. Like, okay then. Like, oh, all right, that's fine. You can get some basic benefits, you know, benefits, basic, you know, disadvantages. Yeah, simulation obsession, skill descriptions, stunts. The crit system is boxcars and snake eyes. Nothing really too exciting there. That's kind of the basic idea. You kind of see this a little bit like there. Like, oh, if you roll snake eyes, you can spend presence. Presence is based on your star god. Now, this is what I see, like, this is what happens with, like, bulking up the game a little bit, where you get shit like acrobatics, athletics gets a page, gets 2 pages, attack gets this. Beast taming gets a section. Convincing gets a page and a half. Dodge gets a page. Intimidate, nature, you know, observe. Like a lot of these things, like maybe you can cut it down to like half a page or something, and you can probably save a few pages. But like if you want to understand what to do in any situation, you can. You want to do thievery? You want to double check with your magic trick? Here's how you do it. Now, this is the idea of currency. This is another one of those things that just kind of like, what the fuck? Like one of those ones you just look at, you're like, all right, cool. Currency is frames. They're frames of film that have been preserved and now are used as money. An average wallet contains individual frames or rows of 10 attached frames. You roll up being like, hey, I want to buy your beer. He's like, cool, that'll be 2 frames. You unload your you bring out your 2 frames and you slide them forward and he puts them in the register. Currency is backed by film. Currency is film. That's bizarre to me. Like, that's one of those things where you look at, you're like, what the fuck? This is why I say, like, this movie, like, this game is a little weird. Like kind of see here, you're not doing too much damage per anything. Like, the heaviest hitting weapons are obviously, like, the great weapons. And the heaviest hitting weapon is, by far, the greatsword. 4+ muscle, and even that, like, you can't afford one of those off the bat. Unless you use your, like, one that you have. It's like, yeah, a laser pistol. How much laser pistol? 10 damage. What's a old ruled rifle? 6. Just raw 6. And, like, you don't have any weapons you don't have any ammo for those. Those are fairly rare. Like, yeah, you want to have a katana? You can have a katana. I haven't really even chosen. Like, what I would do if, like, let's say, for example, I'm playing the nice man who's a nice dude and just wants to help everybody. But he, you know what? He's a little bit, you know, he wants to be a good person. So he's gonna have his staff. What you do is you write staff. It's melee. My attack is 3, and damage would be 1 plus. It's a 2 plus muscle. That I would have 5 damage. It's a KO effect. It's not lethal. It's only knockout. And I would have the, I believe it was trip command. And I would have the trip maneuver. Because every weapon's going to have these maneuvers which allow you to do things. If you choose to do a maneuver, you usually what happens is you're taking a penalty, usually a -2 penalty. And then if you succeed, the thing happens. You knock the guy over, you disarm him, you cripple him somewhere. But yeah, like this would be a fairly standard like build of what would happen. That's it. Not too much equipment, but like that's also kind of not the point, but also totally the point. It's kind of weird in that regard. Not my favorite thing, but it does its job. Armor. Almost everyone should invest at least in leathers because it's just armor that's free, pretty much. I didn't because I wanted to walk around in a kimono because that's how he does things. You know, set that is adventure gear and services. Pick up some basic gear. You don't start with much money. You start with 20 money. So it's not like you're going to be buying a lot of these things right off the bat. I'm fine with it. Like, I'd say maybe give us like 50, but you also have to like you get some more adventuring gear. That'd be like my thing. Give you a description of it. And this is like one of the things too, is like, here's a description of literally everything in graphic fucking detail. Cool. Why do we need to buy a business? You can. Like, honestly, like, my big thing would be like, you're doing this to be like, we have like a main hub town that we, focused around. Is like, yeah, here's a house. We have a house that we use, or we bought a dojo. Like, our dojo is like where we live. Like, that's where we like live and work. Or like, oh, we restored the monastery because that's like the goal. Combat's pretty simple. D6 plus grace, unless you have a perk that says you don't do that. Nope. And everyone goes back and forth according to the initiative order. Very simple. Enemies don't actually have stats. You're rolling everything. Which is, I want to hit somebody. They're gonna be rolling versus their dodge. Roll, I've hit you, I deal my damage. Oh no, they're attacking me. I'm gonna roll my dodge score against you. Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty simple. Like, you're not really rolling outside of initiative, which honestly you could probably even just assign them an initiative value. You want to be really conservative about things, just do it like add like 3 to their mobility and just treat that as like their base initiative. They will always act then. Does this assume a map? A little bit. There is a little bit of an assumption of a map. Is that perfect? You can do it without it. Also can't if you don't want to. The main 3 actions you're going to be doing are quick attacks, which are just attack skill versus dodge. Hit, you do your damage. Cool, that's it. You're done. Heavy attacks, which you just do more damage. You add plus 10 damage, mind you. Which, to give you an idea, that would be doing, I would be doing effectively 17 damage with my unarmed hit if I hit with a heavy attack. Which is going to kill, like, outright, a heavy attack will kill a player character level. Like, if you get hit by a heavy attack, it's like, zam, I'm taking a lot of damage. But you have to focus. That's the big thing. You have to focus. But focusing takes another action. It's you don't do anything. However, if you focus, you're allowed to parry attacks, which allow you to just immediately punch someone in the face, for example. Or you're trying to do something else, like you can't use focus. It's like, generally it's, you focus, you can hurt someone a lot more. So you want somebody like in the back saying like, okay, I'm going to focus and I'm going to hit someone. Like, it's you aiming, it's you kind of lining up the perfect shot. If you're in the like heart of fighting, you're probably going to be you're focusing to avoid damage. If you want to like do damage, you're just going to be quick attacking a lot. Focus is like, I don't know if I like this or not. Yeah, like, you kind of see there, like, oh, you can offer prayers, you can hunker down, get some bonuses, guard someone, do the knife point rules. This is what it means, like, oh, here's a focus action, here's an extra attack, here's an announcing a maneuver, you know, drawing a sheath weapon, doing all... They extend things out a little bit more than they need to, in some cases, which is a little bit odd, mostly when you do for the fact of, like, yeah, people are gonna be focusing rounds because getting hit by literally anything might kill you. You are very fragile in this game. Like, ridiculously fragile. Yeah, it's like, zam, like... So, what happens if you go down to 0 HP, you're not actually out of the fight yet. Very far from it, in fact. You have to make a curtain call check. So let's say I hit 0 HP. Damn, I'm not out yet. What I need to do is I need to make a resolve check. It's going to be 2d6 plus whatever my resolve is, and try to beat whatever damage I took. So let's say, for example, I take 4 damage. I roll, and I roll, I got a 7 plus 3, I just succeed. I'm still up and running, I'm good. And I'm back up to 1 HP, I can continue fighting on. If I did hit again, you're like, oh no. You know, if I go get knocked down, it does 7 damage. I'm gonna have to beat a 12 all of a sudden. Like, oh man, I don't succeed, and I'm down for the count. You can still try to avoid attacks while you're unconscious, but generally speaking, you're gonna be taking a -3 to it, which is really hard and really bad. So resolve is really good in that regard because you can kind of pump that up and like not die. Yeah, that's the. You know, heals hit points, pretty simple stuff. Like, you're generally speaking, you're going to... You heal fairly slowly in this game. Like, you know, poison gun, you resist roll, always hits, snake eyes always miss. Midnight, you know, on defensive roll, defender receive +2 defense on the next roll. Yeah, right here, like, snake eyes result, dodge, parry, it's like, takes 6 more damage from the attack they fail to avoid. Yeah, you can, like, just go until, like, you might just get downed, like, you're fucked. Positions, pretty simple stuff, like, you've already kind of seen. You know exactly what it, like, flying probably does, like a -3 to range attack. Wow, cool. Maneuvers. Maneuvers are, like, the idea is, like, you can do these maneuvers to do a thing. Oh, you can charge if you move in a straight line. You can chop an enemy. You can disarm an enemy. As long as your weapon has that maneuver, you can do it. So this is like, oh, if you take a -2 versus the enemy's dodge, you're going to do -4 less damage on that, the next damage that hits. This -2 is a problem though. This was kind of my issue with a flying swordsman, where you have some of these penalties that are like, oh, -2, negative this, where that really disincentivize people from doing it. So it's like, maybe I don't want to do this because I'm not going to like, it's more efficient to just get the bonus to hit rather than take a penalty. Yeah, that's like the one thing that I'm like, maybe like super enthused about. Because like these are already, like the thing is like a lot of these are already restricted by like action, like by weapon. So it's like maybe just remove the idea of this with, you know, remove the penalty for some of them, but like give them the others. Like you don't need to do this with disarm. You just don't do any damage. You just disarm them. But you still have to make the attack roll because you have the right weapon to do such. Because I am, you know, trained in this, I should be able to do this a lot more easily. The -2 is a big issue. Like you can fucking hit. Like you might get fucked in some aspects. You know, maps and combat. The size, area, attacks, you know. Come on. That's really kind of the idea, like, with the game. Like, they kind of go over, like, here's all the dramatic scenes. What isn't combat? Yeah, no, I don't know why they go into, like, heavy detail of, like, what's big costs and small costs. And I think Ohad was very, very eager to tell everybody everything. I think this is one of those cases where it's like, oh, I gotta make sure everybody knows. I gotta make sure everything is right. I gotta have everything. Where it doesn't really add anything to put in so many of these different things. Useful, don't get me wrong, it's useful, but maybe not like super necessary to put in the burglary scene. Do we really need the burglary scene? Like, cool. Like, oh hey, like here's like an entire thing on like battles. I'm like, okay, that makes sense, but it's like some of them could probably get cut and save some page space. But that's really what it is. It's, you know, spend 1 favor, speak this in, retroactively +2 bonus to the roll. It's like little things like that. Like, oh, if you invoke names. I don't know why this is down here. You know, connecting dramatic scenes and like character backstory stuff. This is pretty simple, like GM stuff more than anything. You know, how to have good table manners. Yeah, like, this is fine. Like, there's nothing really bad here. Now, if that was it, I would say game is fun. Game's interesting. I actually kind of, I think the game is kind of an unappreciated gem. But then you have like this entire section, mind you, this entire section on the idea of star gods. Because we're gonna go down. Like, yeah, here's some like, yeah, prologues. Like, it goes very in depth about the nature of like how to GM. This is the idea of the star god. You never do like, here's some basic ideas for tenets you have to do. You have to follow that. Here's the first session what the star god's gonna look like. You have to create a star god. Because the star god actually gets, let me bring it up here real the star god gets its its own general set of like character sheet. Like, you get your own character sheet to do things with, and you have health, and you have like initiative and damage and like ranks and like roles and sizes and different names, and oh, you have a mighty score, something's different. You have to choose your favorite pop song and movie. What? Yeah, this is why I say it kind of borrowed a little bit from Ryutama by the virtue of the Ryujin and Ryutama. They kind of take it here. Like, this is an example star god. Like, wow, you have a 300 HP. You have one, you have presence that you can use. You can do special attacks based on this, which is very important because there's an entire thing about the nature of, doppelgangers. They don't really talk about doppelgangers very much, except kind of later down here, advancing a star god. Whenever the PC kill a doppelganger, small groups of shape-shifting monsters that disguise themselves as human beings. Their singular goal is to kill star gods. Embed themselves in human society and lead to your star god. The doppelganger's very presence on Earth is poisonous to the star gods that might eventually kill them. Yeah. There's an entire section that they just don't talk about it. There are 6 doppelgangers in total in every game of the calling. Each of the doppelgangers at a different rank. Doppelgangers present the game's greatest danger. If all the PCs died during a doppelganger encounter, then Star God dies as well and the game ends. There is a dedicated ending to this game. There's 2 of them, in fact. You can all die to this and lose. You can lose this game. Just as much as you can win by beating all the doppelgangers and ascending to the highest rank of Star God. You are the strongest Star God. Like, yeah, you have more presence. This is limited. You get more traits. You get the higher your rank, the higher the rank they can get. You can also do level 1 higher miracles. Oh, starting aspects and all these different things. Like, you get like, you want to play a dragon? You can play a dragon. Cool. You want to just a distortion of reality. Like, yeah, GM, what are you playing? This fucking nightmare creature. Oh, you're just a forest warden. What you play? You're just this lady. Oh my god, it's Solomon David. And then you choose kind of similar to the players. You could say, oh, well, I'm a royal god, I'm a royal god of courage. And because you're a royal god of courage, you get summon prayer, but only after you grant the summon prayer. Of summon prayer, you appear at the current scene to make a star god special attack of your choice versus the summoner's enemy. Cool. That's just something you can do. This is an ability you get. Like, yeah, but you get Splendor right here. Like, while available once, spends a bit of time studying, closely observing, and interacting with the artful display of your form. A statue, a picture, a hologram may grant them one favor. Like, you can really kind of just make your star god whatever the fuck you feel like. I didn't really go into this because I'm like, I don't really need to do this. This is a side thing. This is like, no. Yeah. Yeah, if you play, let's say, for example, like the God of Pirates. Yes, you can play the God of Pirates. PCs aren't bad people. They're men share a company of evil pirates. Yeah, you want, like... Cool? It takes place around the group of islands in the midst of the turbulence. There's, like, an entire separate thing of, like, you're pirates now. Like, what? Now, to show how the Empire is destroyed in the days after liberation of the Isles. There's, like, a completely different setting. Just in the middle of... Like, that's the... Like, it's like, what the fuck? It's one of those, like... Oh, okay, then. It's one of those very bizarre, very alien systems that come out of fucking nowhere. It's a cool idea. You're a character in this game. You have prayers. Like, you get, like, one of the ideas, like, a carrot, like, as the god, like, they can make a prayer to you. They can say, Star God, fucking do your fucking job and help us. We are in desperate straits. Open this fucking door. And if you're like, aha, I am the royal god of royalty, you can come down. They spend favor. You can come down and say, like, yeah, give me a second. And just, like, open the door for them. Be like, goodbye. Or you can be like, no, fuck off. I'm not your fucking door opener. Yeah, like, yeah, just avoid answering prayers. Or if they're bored, like, yeah, sorry, I don't really want to help you guys. I think this was built in a little bit odd. Because, like, characters are fairly fragile in some cases. So it's like, you kind of like, oh, well, we need to have the Star God show up and help us sometimes. And that's bizarre. Because, like, in Ryutama, the Ryujin don't really do much. The Ryujin do things that either push the journey along, or help the journey tell a better story, or influence the nature of the journey. I think he read that and be like, I want them to do more things. I like the idea of this, though. I like the idea. I think the execution's a little bit, like, big. Like, that's kind of the idea, like, the pool of regrets. You can perform a pool of regrets, may give them the chance to respecialize your character, replacing any master they're unhappy with, and even change their role if they wish. Yeah, it's like, oh, here's a relic. Here's the circle of life. You can, like, create a character back and have them come back alive. It's a lot of, how do I want to word this? Like, I think it's one of those things, like, you play the Star God how you want the campaign to go. If you want, like, a kind of a lighter, like, happy-go-lucky one, Star God's gonna show up every now and again and be like, I'm gonna bail you guys out. Like, you guys are my avatar. Like, you guys are my guys. You know, being like, oh wow, Star God, I need help, Star God. They're like, hey, don't. You know, you're the fucking giant. You know, they're the fucking Teletubbies, and you're the baby, the sun baby. You know, just like, hello. You want to be evil sun baby, or if you want to be kind of like, we're not gonna do anything like that. We just want to play a pretty traditional game. They're gonna show up every now and again to make sure things go smoothly, but it's not like, oh no, we're gonna do this. But this also ties into a problem with the advancement system, is that you need to do like all the adventures and stuff, which is like, they can't really reward you things. You can't reward players with like experience points. You have to reward players with monetary goods, or you're like giving them favor, which is like weird, because then it's like more influence you have because they're spending favor for you to do miracles. I don't know if I like this. Again, I don't know if I like the system or not. And like part of me does, but this is the idea. Like death and doppelgangers. There's 2 conditions cause PC death. You know, our conscious PC that drops from -10 or below curtain call roll, and they fail it. Like if you lose a shit ton of HP right away, you die. An unconscious PC, damn. Lose fight, not necessarily all dead. Unconscious PC can be taken as prisoners, creatures that defeated them, and you might find chance to escape. Life through miracles, resurrection, reincarnation, circle of life. Who's brought back to life to create a new rank 1 character for themselves, continue playing. New characters should never start at a rank higher than 1, since your Star God retains their current rank. The newly created rank 1 starts their career with access to higher level players. Doppelgangers. My doppelganger. Doppelganger, frightening monsters disguised as humans. There's all purpose to kill you. Oh no. 6 doppelgangers. You'll manage to kill one of the doppelgangers. Find opportunity to include doppelgangers in your plots. You know, a doppelganger will always try to kill the players. They never take prisoners. At any time during a doppelganger encounter, all the PCs have 0 HP or less, and then it's game over. Definitely die, and your Star God is definitely killed by the doppelgangers as well. Yeah, like yours is over. Like that dream world. Yeah, like you do get like pretty obvious ones. Like, yeah, you can bring in Star God into a fight. You don't really have a faith though. And do what it is. You win the game after you reach miracle, after you reach 7 and perform their domain's endgame miracle. End the campaign, keep your rank 7 god with a new party, never have to fight doppelgangers since all the retired characters already defeated them all. Continue your ongoing game with the same PCs. End game content, like, what? Like, alright, like, who? Cool, there's end game. There's this entire different fucking system for the end game. Like, here's an entire thing on like how to build towns, because this is how towns are built. Yeah, this is how the towns are created. There's Main Street. There is no other streets in towns, because there's no other streets ever created in any of these things. Why would there be? If you watch exclusively Western movies, this is all you have. Yeah, like, you have, like, here's all the farm plots, like, where people work, and then here's all the, like, the rural stuff. And there's usually, like, a lava harvester or something. It's like, here's the train station. It's like, what the fuck? This is like, oh, the town of Mariachi. Cool. The dojo, Katana Cowboys, kick stranger out of town, appease the Ritchie family. Carrie Ann Farragut. Hide that he's a vampire. Yeah, it's shit like this. Like, you're finding out, you're making towns. Like, there's a full town sheet, by the way. Like, if you want to do the town sheet, you can. Typical encounters, situational rules, like situational rules. We've got that. Let me see. The full mythology of everything. Now, this is like what a pretty basic enemy is going to be. Like, you know, beast, doppelgangers, fables, humans, machines, revenants. Now, your dodge is what you need to hit. Armor, hit points, initiative, pretty standard stuff. Now, you see what I mean by, where's the damn, like thread can PC the fight and see creating an encounter. Where's the find not combat action, special rule. Like beast, like we'll do like an alligator. How much damage does the alligator do? 12, 11, you know, attack 12, like damage 5, damage 11. Like damage 11, like you're gonna rip into like a poor fucking character's throat. Like they're just gonna die. Oh no. Like a lot of these ones, like you kind of gotta, you know, fight them a little bit weird. Dire boar. Where was the giant fuck off snakes, giant toads, hippo? You want to fight a hippo? You can fight a hippo if you. Where was the one? Yeah, the threat 34 kraken that does no damage. You know, oh, you just get a shit ton 13 damage. Yeah, you want to fight tentacles? Cool. Mammoths, pterodactyl. You want to fight a rhino? You can. You want to fight a raptor? Here's the full fucking. Yeah, they're not raptors. They're velociraptors and ahootaraptors. Yeah, because they just made raptors because that's what they thought they were. Where was the Tyrannosaurus X? Yeah, this is the doppelganger. Like this is a starting doppelganger. Yeah, 8 damage. You know, oh, must make a resist or take 3 damage, ignoring armor. Yeah, these things are scary. This is the rank 1. It might have like 60 HP. Immune to a bunch of things like the doppel twins, doppel spiders. These are like your very specific, like we have to do like this one. By some crazy chain of coincidences, yeah. Pray for a chance to see the Star God struggle to fulfill, flip you off. There's straight lines, man. If they watch the Dark City and they movie with more fuck geography, town might become weird. Yeah. Huge gator. Yeah, you want a hippo-sized gator? Go for it. Want to fight a dragon? Cool. Fight the space dragon. Space dragon, whale size, cunning intellect, Goliath, 4 separate creatures. Boreon, like this is like the Minotaur. Threat 5. 10 damage, 12 damage, 10 damage, oh no, 15 damage, like 46 HP. Like, yeah, some of these things are fucking scary. Like, yeah, it's like, fuck this. Like, where was the, like, the bandit can actually deal, like, a decent chunk of damage. Like, you can take about 3 good hits from a bandit before you just die. And it's like, huh. First round, arrow shot, damage 20. Can only use, only use attack during first round of combat. You can get knocked out immediately if you have low health and you just get fucking shot. Crack arrow shot, damage 30. Bandit used the focus action on the previous turn. Yeah. You legitimately cannot let him get. You cannot. You have to be exactly close to him and kill him. Because if you don't, he will. He'll just kill you because he does more damage than a fucking velociraptor. The numbers are a little bit weird, but I think they work. Like it's kind of a goofy game, and that's the point. Also, here are some of the prayers. Ghostly revenge. Ghosts of your enemies' victims appear to see, plucked out from Star God's dreams. The ghosts lash out at the evoker's enemies. Cool. This is all it does. Like, these are your special prayers that you can do to do things. And that's what they give you. They just give you things that they feel like. Yeah. This is the calling. Do I like the calling? Yeah, you know what? I do like the calling. You want to know why I like the calling? because it's goofy. It's goofy enough that it can get away with a lot of things. The hell is this game where it stats both hippos and space dragons? Yeah, I think that's like ethical. You kind of point out one of the major issues with this game, though. Like, this is not like a complicated game. This isn't like a massive, gigantic fucking game. And generally speaking, it's not hard to do. It's 2d6 plus modifier versus target. Not complicated. Most everything in the game boils down to 2d6 plus modifier versus target number. What it does do, however, is add quite literally every single thing all at once. You will have stats for hippos, who all have different abilities. You also have a different thing for star dragons, who all have different abilities. And of course, you're going to have every single person's going to have unique special prayers that are going to do something very precise in every single page. You're also going to have a full thing for Star God creation and to make sure that everything works, with an entire section dedicated to making sure your Star God works properly. Of course, you're going to have all these billions of things. I like the calling. Here's the thing. Raw mechanics, I think the game is actually pretty good. I think the problem is they give you a lot of information because he's really excited. Given enough time and like sitting down and really kind of cutting some things out, you could probably get this down to about 300 pages pretty easily. Because the actual game that like a player needs to read is only about the first 160. And that's just, most of that is really just comprised of like going into graphic detail about each of the masteries, each of the abilities and stuff. So it's not really like that bad. And I like it. Like, here's the thing, but he goes a little bit hardcore, and I can tell you what this is. I can tell you exactly why there are stats for both hippos and space dragons ethical. Because this is somebody's campaign he ran. And I can tell you that right now. There was a campaign this guy ran using maybe this system, maybe over time was the same, different system, and there were the need for hippo stats. There were the time we needed the space dragon stats. It was very important. And there was the plot about the doppelgangers, that you needed to do the doppelgangers to save your star god, and the star god was this very specific thing. And I think that's kind of like, yeah, it would have been a legendary fucking campaign, but that's now the game. The game is you have to confront the doppelgangers to do this, to do that, to do this. Which I'm not like 100% on. Could you just ignore that? Like, can you just like ignore that aspect of like the doppelgangers and things like that? No, because that's how you level up. Unless you kind of come up like unless you do something to like add a rule in. Like, yes, you have added the rule in to say like, you don't have to do the doppelganger stuff. If you want to do this, you can instead change it to like a basic experiences. Hey, you can do it just like the players are, and if they complete a goal or something, you level up. If everybody hits rank 2, you hit rank 2. Cool? Like, but that's not there. It really wants you to play a very certain way. I didn't read the fucking mythology section because it was like, Jesus fuck. Holy shit. But yeah, this is I would say you could probably split up the Star God book into like the second half of this game into a separate book, bundle them together, and like, here is the player's handbook, here is the Star God's handbook. Like, that's what I would have done. Just because it's like, they are two very different games with two very different ideas, and it's like, I think a player is going to look at this, I think someone's going to open this book, see 445 pages, and kind of not cringe, but like, because that's what I kind of did. I was like, 445 pages. Oh, thing's massive. But it's not really. That's the thing. It's not as big as intimidating as thought. This will get a video for sure. just because it's actually it's interesting enough to go over because there's a lot of shit in this game. And the premise is unique enough. I wish they kind of did a little bit more art near the end, because there's like these huge gaps of like just no art. Like I would say like put like a little piece like right here, like maybe put like a piece like here or something. And just break up just like the walls of fucking text. Because I like it when things look like, I like this artwork. I think it looks amazing. And it really helps sell the thing. It really helps kind of sell the look. It feels kind of weird that they just ignore artwork for a while there, and it makes it kind of hard to read some aspects. So yeah, like that's just kind of just a me thing more than anything. But yeah, no, it's like this is a massive amount of stuff. Not necessarily, again, it's not necessarily good stuff or bad stuff. It's stuff. Same when I saw it Fabula. Yeah, it's, I would say like I do enjoy this game more than I thought I would. It's goofy enough that you can kind of do other things with it, and the setting is like, the setting by itself is so broad and open. It's just like, yeah, fuck it, why not? And you have enough wiggle room to kind of like, hey, I'm making a god of courage. And I know it's like I'm making a god of courage. We're doing this. Like you can kind of set the pace of any campaign you really want to, which I think is fun. I think it's a cool idea. I like. Yeah, that's Ohad the Reiters. The Calling. So that is all the various press kits I've been sent. I have been caught up. I am resolved with my sins. Let's play it. Let's do our favorite time of game. It's the one where I feel fucking sad. Let's. Oh. Let's try the fuck it. But yeah, here's games. Are you ready? Are you ready, sailors? It's our favorite time of the week. Oh no. Okay. Can't be that bad, he says to himself. I've been miserable for years. Armor classy C dungeon. Full length album Armor classy on CD with mini dungeon crawl included. Why the fuck? Why in fuck's name is this here? This isn't tabletop related. Well, I know why. People actually go to the game category. Fucking 3D printing, RPG deck. Abyss Brawlers. I mean, I guess kind of cool. STL, we all love STL files, STL files. Is this legal? I don't know if this is legal or not. What? Yeah, you wanna buy Bane Bloodhoof? You wanna buy Garage? For like what? This is the what? This is newest, right? Yeah, it's sorted by newest. Okay, cool. That's you know what? No. We're just gaming. We're gaming. We gaming, boys. We gaming. Waifu's at work. Maria de Jesus. Maria de Jesus, how are you doing this? There's two. Fuck. Oh wait. Okay. Maria de Jesus. Mothership. Beast. Markborg. We love Markborg. Oh. Markborg. We love Markborg. Marky Burgy. Hey, look, everybody. It's Cogs. I wonder who's ever done this game out there before. Never seen anything here before. Wow. Look at it, everybody. It's a game I've never heard about before at all. Wink. You should back it. Wink. Look, it's Cogs. Wink. Wink. Yeah, support Cogs, I guess. I have that marked. I need to throw money at Scribble, but I'm me. And I will do so at the last minute. 5e hunting supplement. Cool. I love 5e. Lobster pots. Legionnaire. And no, we've seen these. These are literally nothing. These are nothing. This is just the same. Just boxes. These are just boxes. Okay, we're done here now. Well, let's go to itch.io. Itch.io can't be that bad, he says to himself, fully damn well knowing that it'll be bad as he thinks of it. New and popular. Morkborg. Crates on a plane. Oh, mouse for Penjashir 82. What? Asymmetric single player tabletop. We can take the role of the Mujahideen. Wide range of dynamic account. He said, yeah, you want to play the Mujahideen? Awesome, cool. Finally, the game for the rest of us. Just pictures of the Mujahideen. Yeah, I'm assuming you have to, it's the print and play. Yeah, that's just a handgun. Like, that guy just has a handgun. Like, I'm assuming you have to print out the sheet and you kind of use your own tokens for things. Yeah, you kind of see he's using like coins and shit. Like, also that's a pound, by the way. Right there. Yeah, I guess that's cool. Like, I'm assuming you get like a few pieces of paper and then like that's what you're supposed to do. This game is not about role-playing or glorifying any kind of Islamic fundamentalist. Mujahideen and the Taliban were not the same. Setting a Punjab battle specifically chosen. It remained holdout against Taliban for many years after the Soviet withdrawal. Like, please, we're not the Taliban. However, yeah, okay, so it's a coin game. That's never change. Itch.io, never change. Sunless space. It's not, yeah, no, that's, nope. Oh, wait. It's, what the fuck? This is just a Baron. A Baron already exists. What? I've created rules for the sports game in the setting. Maka Single Llama. Get the rules, Coyote Crow here. Okay, so this is. Yeah. Interestingly enough, this is goblin behavior. Because what he's doing is he's saying coyote and crow. And he puts the coyote and crow thing there, but it's not about that. That's not the thing. It's not actually Coyote and Crow. It's the fucking sports game in Coyote and Crow. Wow, I love it. It's great. More time. Let's see. Is there anything else interesting? I'm not seeing anything interesting. Liminal horror. Wow, cool. Never seen that game before. Oh wow. Oh wow. Papered. Oh yes, maybe. That's AI art. That's AI art. Really is. 36 tabletop, TMR fighters at their core. And points upgrade 3 stances, edge of the river stance, river beats mountain stance, mountain beat excels versus thunder stance. Switching stances, so fully fleshed out adventure, Fangs of Paris, clan battle game mode. So like he's going for like an entire full thing here. I mean, I guess that's kind of cool. Neat. Aegon RPG. Cool. Let me just put that in there real fast. Cool. Postcard game. Never got the postcard. Never got the postcard games. Mouse Wizard NPC. Not a lot of nothing. Not really seeing anything else in here. Cool. That's the thing. Yep, that's. What if we kissed? The Time Corpse. Leap forward knowing time given superpowers so they can travel through time and conduct time war against the most evil forces of history. The vampires take the role of a splicer agent with the power and personality of an animal, void, and the present, even our future. This innovative RPGs, instead of dice rolls, choose playing cards from a hand. Players in the game master will control the outcome of the story. 122 kilobytes. God. Oh, what in God's name? All right. Anything else interesting? I'm tired. I'm tired, kings. You're not really. Yeah, I'm probably gonna call it there. All right, everybody. I think we had a good run. Godspeed, good luck. Tomorrow we will be most likely choosing. Actually, no. Tomorrow I'm gonna be GMing. Yay! I'm gonna be playing. Stretching. Let's see. Do we have anything fun and exciting going on elsewhere? Next week we're going to be working on probably the Crisis game. I haven't decided on what it is. I have a few ideas. I need to sit down and just like hammer something out, but that'll take some time. Outside of that, we have trying to finish up Muv-Luv. What I might do is take Thursday off, or take Thursday off. Is not do a video on Thursday and instead just do a massive stream for Muv-Luv on that day and just see if we can't finish up compiling everything. It kind of depends on how I'm feeling. We will kind of work things out from there. So, yeah. Thank you all. My name is Notepad. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Godspeed, good luck. You know the rest. I will see you all on Monday. Or just yell at me on my server like you always got. Goodbye.